I'll work through the statement with my clients yesterday.
Let me just hear from him. Mr. Van Rijn, is het nodig dat het deur die tolk vertaal word? Nee, goed. Alright, then we can accept it that way.
Thank you, my Lord Pennington. My former client appends his signature.
It's not necessary to be signed. I've already checked with Mr. Van Rijn, so I will admit that as Exhibit E.
Thank you, my Lord. With the name of the court, I hand in my client's plea explanation to be recorded as Exhibit E.
Thank you, Ms. Makabai.
Thank you, my Lord.
Mr. Signarayan, thank you. You may hand over the microphone to Mr. Signarayan, and you can move to the lectern, if one can call it that. Just be careful when you open your pages, not to put it over the round disk. That's the recording device for our record.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, I've also prepared a plea explanation in terms of section 115. May I, with leave of the court, may I proceed and read it into the record?
Yes, certainly, you may do so.
Thank you, my Lord. I, the undersigned, Joshlin Smith, state as follows in my explanation of plea of not guilty to the charges of Count 1, trafficking in persons for the purposes of exploitation, Count 2, kidnapping, and in disclosure of my defense, I am an adult female and accused number 3 herein. I confirm that I understand the nature and content of the charges against me. I make this statement freely, voluntarily, and without undue influence. On the morning of 19 February 2024, I woke up just after 7 o'clock and began getting ready for work. I told my children, Joshlin and Requin, that they will not be attending school as their uniforms were dirty. After I was ready, I dropped off my youngest child, Rochelle, at the creche and then proceeded to work. At the time, I was employed as a domestic worker for Carlin Zegers and her daughter, Kelly Zegers. I proceeded to Carlin's home and had coffee with her before starting my day's work. Just after 12 o'clock midday, I borrowed 50 rand from Carlin, which I had used to buy drugs. I went to my home and smoked the drugs with accused 1. I noticed that both the children were still at home at that time. After smoking, I then proceeded back to work, which was at approximately 1 o'clock. After I had attended to Kelly's house, I then returned to Carlin's house, where I had remained for the rest of the afternoon. Just before 5 o'clock, I borrowed another 200 rand from Carlin and proceeded to my home. When I got home, accused number 1 and accused number 2 were present. I inquired from him or them as to the whereabouts of the children, and they responded by saying that Requin was by his godfather and that Joshlin was playing around. I then inquired from the neighbor, Makuti, if she had seen Joshlin, and she said that the kids went to play at the park. I then suggested to accused 1 that we should go to the shop in order to purchase gas before it closes. On our way back home, after buying the gas, we bought another bag of drugs, which we smoked immediately upon our arrival at home. A short while later, my son Requin returned home, and I asked him if he had seen his sister, and his response was no. I then sent him to check at the park, but he later returned stating that there was no one there. I then began to panic and informed my neighbor Namshla that I could not find my child. Namshla said to me that she will assist to look for her. The two of us then proceeded to Dyersville in search of Joshlin. We first proceeded to Kelly's house and thereafter to Tassa's house, but did not find her there. It was at this stage that I had become hysterical and others joined in to assist in the search for her. Although I'm not certain of the time, but I think it was just after 9 o'clock that the South African Police Services were contacted. They came to my home and I got into their vehicle and continued searching for her. We continued our search until the early hours of the next morning without success. I do not have any knowledge of the offences for which I have been indicted, nor did I plan or have a common purpose when any other purpose to commit such offences. I deny all the allegations, plead not guilty to the charges against me, and put the state to the proof thereof.
Thank you, Mr. Sivnarayan. Is it necessary for it to be translated for your client? I can see that she's indicating it's not necessary.
That is correct.
It will then be admitted as Exhibit F.
As the court pleases.
Just to assist with the distribution and access to these documents, and relates to the media as well. I've checked with my registrar whether the printer that we brought along has a scanning facility. You can just approach Ms. Naidu Chetty during the break to see how we can facilitate access to the exhibits, the documents, as I don't necessarily want anybody to go through my original file for the risk of losing the documents. You can just discuss the possibilities with them.
Thank you, my lord.
I can see it's on, not working. Before we call the witness in, maybe we should also check the microphones at the defense table. Can we just check the microphones at the defense table, please? Because the next process will be the cross-examination after the prosecution is done. There, it's working. So we will have a microphone in the witness stand. We will, Mr. Blau will be operating his microphone for the translations, and all the others are live. Right, thank you, Ms. Ellerman.
Thank you, my lord. State calls Constable K.
We now revert back to the witness that we had on the stand yesterday. The same still applies as to the identity of the witness and the video?
Indeed.
Nothing has changed?
Indeed, that is
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Mr. Kubesi, I have to remind you that you are still under oath. That was administered yesterday.
Confirm, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Ellerman. Anything else?
Thank you, my lord. At the close of proceedings yesterday, there was reference to an occurrence book entry. I must inform the court that we received certified copies of the missing persons register and the occurrence book of that day and night. I have made copies available. We received them early this morning, and then whilst court was in session, we received another set of documents. The second set is now being handed to the defense. We only received it whilst we're in session. In the interim, I have made these copies available to the witness. I haven't gone through it with him myself, but I've afforded him an opportunity to go through it, and I'm going to ask him then simply to place those documents before the court as he had made those entries.
That is one way of dealing with it, having regard to the fact that it is now 11 minutes past 10. We can have the documents handed in. Mr. Harms clearly, by the time he's done with the rest of his cross-examination, if we need to then take the short adjournment for him to go through the documents and then proceed with the cross-examination, let's try and do it that way, instead of now standing down and losing half an hour in the process.
Indeed, my lord.
And then we'll see how the day go, see whether the defense need a break to have a look at the documents before they cross-examine.
Certainly.
On that score, because there's some
Certainly.
other issues. Thank you, Ms. Erwin.
May I then have leave to refer the
Certainly.
witness to the documents? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kobise.
Morning, my lord.
You have in front of you a set or 3 documents, is that correct?
My lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Please tell us, the first document is a 1-pager, it's a certified copy, do you confirm that?
Paper lokuqala ke paper ngalifundileyo okanye certifyiweyo evuma
My lord.
Yes, I confirm that, my lord.
On the top page, on the right-hand corner, it's referred to as SAPS 10. Is that the same thing we're looking at?
Ngentla apha right kukhona igama elibhalwe SAP 10 ingaba injalo.
My lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Just a moment. Also, the translation into Afrikaans, Mr. Blow. I know it's a 3-way stream, so if we can just
3
keep up with
documents
that.
en voor die geplaatst en een certificeerd was, getezen ja, een document voor die SAP 10, die beschuldigde bevestigd, die getuige bevestigd. Dat betekent bevestigd.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Please read out the day and the date that appears on this document.
Gesofundele umhla nosuku belplate. Kanti ifonzi data nedag op hierdie document 8 years.
Umhla obhaliweyo kweli phepha ndilipeteyo ngoMvulo nge-19 kaFebruwari ngo-2024.
The date and the month and the year appearing on this document, my lord, is the 19th of February 2024. The datum, the month en die jaargetal sal die 19 van die tweede maand is jaar 2024.
Halfway down that page, Mr. Kobise, is another day and date. Please read that into the record.
Kasisehla ke kweli khona omnye umhla ne-date ke ngakufunda sona.
Kukhona i-OB entry eyenziwayo OB 2350 ixesha ngu-02:15.
There's an entry, my lord, with OB number 2350, which was the time written there, it's 08:15, 02:15.
Before you read that
Aanspreking
entry,
is gemaakt op nummer 2350, die tijd zal 0215 wees.
Mr. Kobise, before you read that entry, midway in the page, there is
Uba
a,
uye kule ndawo apho singathini kanye, afunde lo mdlalo lowo.
start there. Please read the day and the date.
Qala kuloo ndawo apho sifundele umhla nosuku.
Xa siphakathi nendawo kweli phepha lilapha phambi kwam, kwakungamhla we-20 inyanga kaFebruwari ngo-2024 kunengxelo ebhaliweyo ixesha imizuzu ishumi elinesihlanu emva ko-12 i-OB number yangu-2347.
No.
That
Just the day and the date, as it appears in the middle of that page. That's what I want.
Kwakungolosibini nge-20 kaFebruwari ngo-2024.
die munt uitgees die dag en die maand. Die getuie sê die 20ste van die tweede maand, die jarige getal 2024. We ought only to write out the date, and the day, the 20th of February 2024 was read out by the witness, my lord.
Very well. And then you had already gone to the entry where you say an entry was made at 02:15. Do you see that?
So fikele kule ndawo apho wena ukuthi entry yangenziwa ngaphambi 02:15 yayibona loo nto leyo?
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord. It was klaar met die inskrywing wat so plaasgevind het by 02:15. Die getuie bevestig so.
Firstly, who made this entry?
Ngubani owenze ke le entry okanye ibhale apha?
Ngomnye wogxabam onguSergeant Titis.
It was done by one of my colleagues, my lord, Sergeant Titis. Die inskrywing was gedoen deur een van my kollegas, Sergeant Titis.
Please read the entry.
Gevonden en hy bhale
Missing person report. Miss Raquel Chandel Smith report in missing person. The register number was 3 of 2 of 2024. A missing child, subs 55A, completed and recorded in the register.
Wat nou geskryf was het is dat Miss Raquel Chandel Smith het aangemeld van Mr. persoon registreer 232 van die jaar 24 vermis van 'n kind in SAPS 55A ingevul en geregistreer.
Very well. My lord, I seek the court's guidance. Does the court want to receive this document as one exhibit, or should I hand them in as we are going along?
I'll take, because there are two different
Indeed.
sources. Let's take the first document you referred to and mark that as Exhibit G. And once I've seen the document, I will describe it for the list of exhibits. So this is an occurrence book entry. And it's marked as Exhibit G.
As the court pleases. The second document I want to refer you to, Mr. Gopise, is it's several pages. I just want to count them. Court will bear with me. There's another one-page document that is before you. It looks like this. Do you have that?
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
Enkel bladsy as 'n vooraan kan jy dit sien, vestig jy daarop.
Just below halfway, there's a month and date. Can you read that out for us?
Kan jy beskryf atheni ke ukwana umhla
Month and years.
nonyaka. Ngakwazi ukufunda loo nto leyo?
And kukhona uFebruary 2024.
It is written February 2024. As geskrewe 4 Februarie van die jaar 2024.
At the bottom of the page, there's a date entry. Can you please read that?
Apha ke ekupheleni kwephepha eli kukhona umhla ukufundela lo mhla lowo.
My apologies, not a date entry. It's an inquiry number. Please read that for us.
Kukhona ke inamba malunga ke nesinantsika inquiry ngasifunde loo nto leyo.
I-inquiry number elapha ngu-03 of 2024.
Die nommer wat hier staan as 03 02 die jaar 2024. The number appearing there, my lord, is 0302-2024.
The second column?
Column elandelayo okanye umgca olandelayo.
Zinkcukacha zomntana olahlekileyo ongu-Joshlin Smith from Middle Post Saldanha.
It will be the details about the lost child, Joshlin Smith, Middle Post Saldanha. That shall be consolidated is one from Mr. Kent, Joshlin Smith, Middle Post Saldanha.
At the top of that page, there's the column is headed missing person.
Ngenhla ke apho kubhaleke umuntu olahlekileyo.
Missing and date, is that correct? Right at the top.
Kubhaleke ukulahleka nomhla phangenhla kanye.
Ewe kunjalo wena.
Yes, I can confirm that op die begin van hierdie bladsy is dit ingeskrywe dat die dag en die persoon van vermis en die datum die getuie bevestig dit is.
If you look at this document, actually the columns the entries are made incorrectly because the first one reads the person who reports missing and date, and the next column reads missing persons details. So at the bottom, am I correct, that should be the other way around?
Uthi ke ngathi kuphazanywa eqaleni kuba phangezantsi bekufanele noko itshintshiwe loo nto leyo ndaba xa sishoyo apha ngentla zempazamo uyohluka phangezantsi ngaba uyavuma kunjalo.
Ewe kunjalo.
As ons nou kyk na hierdie dokument op die begin van hierdie bladsy, as ons verskil met wat op die einde van die bladsy verskil, wat opkom, ons dit nou andersom was, die getuie bevestig. When you look at the document at the beginning of this page, my lord, it was correctly filled in, but now further down at the end, should it be the other way around? Witness confirms.
Very well. Who made this entry?
Bani ke wenza ukholuphalelwa banobhale apha.
And
Can the court just give me some time to think, because I have to look at the writing and of me that they can be done by the answer.
Is this the document that you refer to as the missing persons register? Is that correct?
Ile register nithi ke ibiza nje missing person register ibhala kuyo uqondo lahlekile.
ewe kunjalo my lord.
Hierdie dokument wat nou bewys word as die vermiste persoon geregistreer. This was now the document which will be the part of the missing persons register.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Blau. Yes, Mr. Kabai.
With due respect, my lord, I didn't get the witness answer when she was asked by my learned colleague who made the entry. I didn't get that the answer.
On this particular document?
Yes.
It was never asked as far as I have, as to who made that entry. On the previous one, in Exhibit G, it was stated it was by Sergeant Tiddies. I can't recall that we've discussed the entry on this document. But maybe Ms. Zimmerman can go there immediately. That will assist.
My lord, if I may assist, I did ask the witness, he was not sure, he just wanted a few minutes to see the handwriting to see if he could tell who it may be.
Yeah.
If you're not sure, Constable K, you don't have to, you can always say you're not sure who made the entry, that's in order.
Uthi ke xa nawubuzwa umbuzo mhlawumbe awuqinisekanga ngawo akusizathu uba wena uthathe ixesha ukucingisisa unotsho nje awuqinisekanga. As any secret is so vraag aan die gevra word, you hoef nie tyd te neem om na jou aan skrywe te kyk nie. Jy kan net sê jy kan dit nie onthou nie.
Licala nindibhethuwa kuba andiqinisekanga.
Ms. Zimmerman,
Can the court give me some time?
no,
I'm not sure.
no, this is not the way we work. manner of producing documents midway and nobody's sure as to how to deal with it, it's wasting the court's time. This type of stuff must be done before we start court. In any event, what's the importance as to who made the entry?
As the court pleases. I take note of that, my lord.
The document is merely presented as, he said yesterday, well, I made an OB, or an OB was made at the police station. Sergeant Titis took the process further, completed the register from the Exhibit A that was handed in. That's it.
Indeed. I will take it no further, my lord.
Yes. Document on the Exhibit H.
As the court pleases. As the court pleases.
So, my handwriting at the bottom looks very similar to the handwriting of the person that completed Exhibit G, but it's one entry, and this will be Exhibit H,
As it pleases the court.
and this is a list of inquiries for the narrative that we have on the list of exhibits. Now I see the number as 03/02/2024, and this corresponds to the entry in Exhibit G at entry number 2350.
Confirm that, my lord.
I mentioned the other day when we were dealing with Exhibit A, this is just for the record, that at the top of Exhibit A, it's written Saldanha Inquiry, and I wasn't sure whether it was a 0305 or a 08 because of the line being drawn through it. And now it's clear that must be 03.
Indeed, my lord.
That's when it changed from the inquiry to a CAS.
That is correct.
A line was drawn through the writing on top of the page, and that caused the confusion as to how to read it.
Indeed.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. The last document that I have is a 4-page document that is before the witness. Please read out the date and the day
And
on
what
it.
document is that? What
My lord, it's the part of the occurrence book.
it's part of the occurrence?
Yes.
Apha phambi kwabo kunemixuba ke iqembu lenamaphepha amane kasifundele umhla sumfunela ngonyaka. What is a document hier plaatsen kan u ons datum dag en jaartal uitlees?
kwakungolosibini mhla we-20 kaFebruwari ngo-2024.
It was a Tuesday, 20th of February 2024. Dinsdag, die 20ste van Februarie, jaargetal 2024.
I want to refer you to the second page of this document.
Ndifuna ke sê uxwebhu lesibini kwelwebhu kan ons beweeg na die tweede bladsy van hierdie dokument. Can we move to the second?
At 1840, there was an entry made.
Ngo-1840 ukhona ke ndibhalweyo, 1840 za inskriving gedoen.
Ewe kunjalo mano.
Witness confirms, my lord. First of getuie,
Is this your entry?
ngaba imbalelwane yakho le?
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
It's my entry, my lord. Dit is my inskrewe.
My lord, I seek the court's guidance. Does the court wish for me to have the witness read this entry in, or can we accept it as we did the other exhibits?
Yes, just It's there
Yes.
as documentary proof there was an entry,
No need for it.
unless, of course, the contents is controversial.
My lord, in that case, let me rather have him read this document into the record then.
Yeah, you will know whether it's controversial or not. I haven't seen the document.
Indeed, I would ask him to read it in.
All
I
right.
suspect there will be cross-examination
Then
on this,
read it in.
as the court pleases. Constable Kobese, please read the entry that you made.
Kaya pindelendo yung mali apang kilaswam.
Ifuna ngohlobo le entry report Constable Kobe special number 72-10-2306. The report that I was posted with Constable Kongota when we received the complaint.
Die inskrywing gedoen deur myself, Constable Kobese, met die magsnommer 74 582 056. En of plaas dat ek was in met Constable Kongota,
When we received it.
toe ons klag ontvang.
A complaint from the CAC that there is a missing child at number 11 Metigoniwe Street.
Van 'n vermiste kind in nommer 11 met die Woonstraat.
On arrival, we found Miss Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith told us that in the morning she left for work and leave the child, Joshlin Smith.
Ons opdag het ons juffrou Rachel Smith ontmoet was sy ons die oggend toe sy werk toe was, het sy vir Joshlin Smith, Joshlin Smith
With her boyfriend, Jacqueline.
sy het die kind gelaat met kerel, Jacqueline.
Now the child is not at home and the boyfriend Jacqueline is also not at home.
Die kind en haar kerels beide nie by die huis nou nie.
And the child mother drove with us to check where the child normally go and play.
Ons en die kind se ma is toe na die plek waar die kind gewoonlik speel.
Go and visit.
Go and visit. And we started by her house. There was nobody in the house.
Ons is toe eers na haar huis toe, daar was niemand in die huis.
We went to
Sorry, you haven't read what's in the bracket? What's in the bracket?
Woki.
So hokkie wees en hakies.
We went to Marikane and Khalil Street.
Ons is toe maar na Marikana
Khalil.
en Galiwestraat.
Mother, female, child was not there.
Moeder van die familie, kind was nie daar nie.
And the community of New Rest, Moses Kotana area was helping us to look out.
En die gemeenskap van die area met ons Kotana het ons help om met die soek.
For the child, but it was the load shedding.
Om op te soek vir die kind, maar dit was beheerkrag.
Lost hope was the child could not be with the father
Ons
since
laaste hoop was geweest om die kind nie met die pa sou wees nie.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that that reads correctly. It says our last hope was
Yes,
that the
our
child
last hope.
could be with the father. Is that correct?
that's correct, my lord.
Die laaste hoop was die kind kon moontlik met die pa van die kind was, met die pa was.
Since he is
not at home, also at about 15 minutes past 12,
Aangesien hy by die huis was,
we
selfs so by 15 minute na 12,
went back to their house
ons is toe terug na hulle se huis.
only found friend of the child's mother.
Ons het toe net 'n vriend van die kind se ma gevind.
We went to her family at Uster Street.
Ons is toe na familie
Uster Street.
Oester Street. Oesterstraat.
Child was not there.
Die kind was ook nie daar nie.
And Aaron Street, child was not there.
Ook na Arendstraat, die kind was ook nie daar nie.
But the child's photo was found since it was the mother family.
Maar 'n foto van die kind was gevind aangesien dit die familie van die ma se kind is.
We went to Restless Wave Street
Ons
as
is
we,
toe na Restless Wavestraat
as we were looking for the father, although
aangesien ons op soek was van die pa van die kind heeltyd.
but we were told that the father just left and went to the new arrest at Marikana.
Ons was toe laat weet dat die
Just left and went to Marikana.
ons was toe ingelig dat die vader het gekom het en is weer weg na Marikana.
And we found Jacqueline, child's father,
Ons het toe Jacqueline se pa toe gekry
and asked where the child, and he told us he was with the child from the morning.
Ons het toe hom gevra waar die kind was. Hy sê toe vir ons ons was saam met die kind
Till 1 o'clock when a child went out to play outside and our hopes was then so long.
Sy het toe gesê die kind was weer oggend met ons tot
Meneer Herman.
en ons hoop het toe geval.
What's the purpose of this?
My lord, it was simply for the sake of completeness that the witness did make an entry.
Just to say that he made an entry. So why does he have to read it?
My lord would recall that
Because if it's presented as a previous consistent statement, because that's what it seems now.
My lord, if I may, the court would recall the witness indicated yesterday that he refreshed his memory from the occurrence book, and it is for that purpose
I
that
know,
we...
but why does he have to read it?
My lord, I'm entirely in the hands of the court.
If it's there and that was the source of the information for him for his affidavit, let's leave it up to cross-examination.
As the court pleases.
Because we're wasting a lot of time with unnecessary issues. And in any event, this should have been done in the preparation before the witness was called. Because the prosecution should have known that the statement of the witness, in which he's going to rely to testify, came about a week or two ago. Hand up the document.
As the court pleases, my lord.
I'm going to mark it as Exhibit J. It consists of 4 pages. Just to explain that I have skipped in the alphabet I deliberately, as I can be confused with 1. So in the event that we have a physical exhibit later on as Exhibit 1, it might be confused with a capital I. Hence, I've skipped I in the alphabet.
As the court pleases, my lord, that is all I have for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harms, are you ready to cross-examine?
My lord, may I?
you want to take an adjournment?
My Lord, well, I was going to ask that just now as well with respect, but I just wanted to
No.
this
No.
exhibits.
Because I can also see there's a problem with the microphone.
It's coming and going, my Lord. May I just ask a question, my Lord? As far as the numbering of the exhibits is concerned, I received a document from the state which has 2 pages, and that was marked Exhibit G.
Yeah?
That's the one that's on the top. It says Monday date and Tuesday date in the middle of the page, and then there's another page, second page, which the second page at the bottom says 03/02/2024.
That's H.
That's
G was the one, that one page, my one.
I just wanted, maybe that's where I'm getting it wrong. So G is only one page.
G is one page, where the last entry is serial number 2351 at the bottom of the page. And you would have seen that's part of an entry at 3 o'clock. I take it would have
Yes. Yeah, got it.
followed on the next page. And the H was then the inquiry, let's call it the inquiry register.
Yes.
List of inquiries. That's H, it's a single page.
That has at the bottom 03/02/2024.
At the bottom of that.
And the 4 pages is Exhibit J.
Yeah, Exhibit J is then, that's where this whole narrative and the entry was made by Mr. Kubese
Indeed.
at 1840 on the 20th. Got that?
Indeed, my Lord, I'm there. Yes. Thank you, my Lord.
So it's 17 minutes to 11.
Could we take an early tea break?
We're going to take the short break now till 11 o'clock. And the reason why I'm bringing it forward are twofold. There were these new documents that arose now. In other words, Council will have the opportunity to consider that as well. And we can sort out the sound issue, and we resume at 11 o'clock. We will then go on till 1, subject to where we in the evidence, and take the lunch break. We might adjust the lunch break to shorter today, because I want to finish this witness and potentially get to another witness. So you must have your next witness available on standby. I don't want to take adjournments to wait for a witness.
May it please go.
Thank you. The court will adjourn.
Missing 1, 2.
Guys, you can take up if no, then you can take these things off.
Keep it done, yeah.
Just need to stay low.
Kubesi is reminded that the stone of the oath
Confirm so, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kubesi. You may be seated. Mr.
Thank you, my lord. Constable Kubese, I just want to start off by making a statement to you
Ndifuna nje ukuba ndenze statement kuwe ngokuqala
in a way of a question
angombuzo nobo
between yourself and Constable Gogota. You are the senior of the two.
phakathi kwakho ke nengqina ungotha wena nobo ngathi senior kwini.
Ewe ndiphi senior?
Yes, I'm senior to him, my lord. At the senior as my colleague.
Now we've heard Constable Gogota's evidence, and it was, in my humble opinion, virtually or very much the same as your evidence.
Sibuvile ukungqina ke bokomba ngongotha ke uthi ngongotha uthi noko ngathi nafana ukungqina beni.
Ndingathi ndiqiniseke ngeyam into endiyenzileyo mhlawumbi.
Would say I'm sure about the statement which I made, my lord. Ek sal seker wees van 'n verklaring wat ek gemaak het eerlikwaar.
You made a statement, an actual affidavit, which was presented to myself. Do you remember you making a statement, an actual statement? I'm not referring to the report in the OB, I'm referring to a statement that was commissioned.
Ingaba usakhumbula uba wena wenza ingxelo ke eyafungelwayo. Ukhumbula mntare? Statement isafungelwayo.
Ewe ngokunjalo.
Yes, I remember, my lord. Ek kan onthou dat ek 'n verklaring gegee het wat eerder was.
Now then I'll be correct in saying that that statement that you made was made on the 20th of February this year.
Ingaba ndabe ke ndiyaqala kanti nyanisile xa ndisithi istatement eso senza umhla wo-20 February kulona unyaka.
Akunjalo mhlekazi.
That's not correct, my lord. Dit is nie reg dat die verklaring so gemaak was op 20ste van hierdie jaar, op Februarie 2025 nie.
Why do you say that's not correct?
Tell you situation.
I have a copy, my lord.
He's been given a copy by the prosecutor.
Thank you.
I know
Thank you.
exactly where you're going.
Thank you.
It'll save a lot of time.
I'm going to try and keep it short. Constable Kubesi, you have the document in front of you.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, I do have the document in front of me. I get the document for me.
And let me just start with proving your statement. If you look at that document's first page, you'll see on top it says Saldanha CAS 24/2/2024. Is that correct?
Ube bona phakathi kwephelele program wala Saldanha CAS 24/2/2024 kunjalo.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Die documents geskryf as Saldanha sa 24 van die tweede maand 2024.
And below that, Saldanha CAS 24/02/2024, it looks like your name appearing. Zuko Kubese states under oath in English, you see that?
Uthi apha ngenhla ubhale kuluzuko kebese ozawutyhanikeza le ngxelo phantsi kwesifundo ngesingesi. Uyibona into leyo?
Ewe ndiyayibona my lord.
I can see that, my lord. begint waar de social ook geweest zal wanneer het gedicht wanneer het verklaart in Engels.
And that document in front of you that started, as I've indicated now, consists of 4 pages.
Kasi kapela ke lenga lopungwa ko imali mathuba makhulu mathathu. Amani.
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
Hierdie document is 4 bladsye. Yes, my lord, it's correct. 4 pages.
It's 4 pages and it is 11 paragraphs.
Uthi ke amaphepha amane okunye ke imikolemi 11 paragraph.
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
Dis 4 bladsye met 11 paragrafen. It is 4 pages, my lord, with 11 paragraphs.
Right, and it's a typed document. It's not a written document, it's a typed document. No.
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
Hierdie dokument is aangeskrewe nie, maar is getik.
Who typed the document?
Mubani ke waqotsela abanye abhala nasi whatever.
Ndim mhlekazi umnikazi wayo.
I'm the one who typed the document, my lord. Ek is die persoon wat die document tik het.
Please turn to the last page that starts with paragraph 9, 10 and 11. There is a commissioning signature, date and time. Can you see that?
Uthi ke masepa phepha lokugqibela ke apho inansi eqala ngo-9, 10, 11. Ukhona ke nendawo apho mhlawumbe ufuna ukusokhona umhla, ixesha nonyaka. Uyayibona into leyo?
Ewe ndiyayibona mntana.
Yes, I can see that, my lord. Op die laaste plaats is you can see de enige en ook de datum, de tijd en de jaargetijden deze jaar.
Since you typed the document, I assume that you are aware and were aware of the contents of this document.
Njengomuntu ke utype ke elikhophi makuba wena uyazi lekhuluthele elikhophi elapha ebhalwe apha.
Ewe ndiyayazi mhleka.
Yes, I am aware of the contents of the documents because because when the honorable one with the document.
And at the bottom of paragraph 11, your name is there, Constable K, whose signature appears there.
Apha ke ngezantsi ke kukhona ke igama lakho Constable K wavela signature yakho. Umalonga injalo?
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
I confirm that the signature in my name and the L. Constable L. They bevestig hier dat mijn artikel en mijn naam Constable L.
And the commissioner of oath that commissioned your affidavit was Sergeant Titis.
Kwaye ke umuntu ke owathi ngokubhale ke iqembu kanye statement sokufundisayo ingathi Sergeant Titis umalonga leyo.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
Yes, I confirm, my lord, the commissioner was Sergeant Titis. The person that you need to clarify that can bevestig was Sergeant Titis.
Now, just above Sergeant Titis' signature, there is a date written there. Can you just read that to the court? What does that date say there? It starts on the left-hand side, just after the word on.
Ngenhla ke apha kukhona ke date ebhalwe phayana. Khawusifunde lithini lo date leyo.
I-20 kaFebruwari ngo-2025.
The date, my lord, will be the 20th of February 2025. Die datum wat aangebring is sal die 20 maand 2025.
And the time is 11:30.
Die ixesha was 11.
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
The time was 11:30, my lord. The date was half 12.
Now, when I started off my question to you, or statement to you, was that you made a statement on the 20th of February this year.
Uthi kaloku ekuqaleni kwami ndithe wena wenze ingxelo ngoFebruary ka 2025.
And you said no.
What when I?
Istatement zami ndasenza ndasifaka kwindawo ekhuselekileyo kuba ndisaziba ndizasifuna mhla saze sadingeka.
Can the witness just repeat, my lord?
istatement sam ndasenza
I made my statement, my Lord,
ndasigcina kwindawo okhuselekileyo kuchwephesha bale mihla kuba ndizawusidinga umhla saze safuneka.
and I put it at a safe place in order for me to be able to retrieve it and use it when it will be needed. Ek het die verklaring gemaak, geberg op vele gepreek, en dit te gaan gebruik as het moontlik benodig word.
Now, when you made this statement, and it was commissioned on the 20th of February this year, can you tell the court, did you talk to somebody before you made the statement, before you typed it? Did you consult some person or persons in respect of the contents of this statement that you made, or did you not?
Ngale mini senza ke le statement mhla 20 February 25. Phambi koba usenze usitype usibhale basifundiswe ngaba khona mhlawumbe umuntu abathetha naye kunencwadi ezithile okanye hayi.
Akekho mhleka.
None person was approached when I made the statement, my Lord. Geen persoon was mee gepraat voordat ek hierdie verklaring gemaak het nie eerlik.
My Lord, before I proceed, may that statement be handed up.
The one that is handed to me seems to be the original. It's marked A187. It consists of 4 pages. Cross-reference to the statement. Exhibit B, as that will be a document that will be referred to guidance items that we in cross-examination and some purposes.
My Lord, yes, I will just briefly refer to it for the record.
The other statement that we will be referring to.
I will leave that to my learned colleague on my left for case 3. I'm not, Constable K, I'm not going to deal with it as I've indicated now. Any other statement, I do want to ask you though, you said you didn't converse, you didn't consult anybody before you made this statement. I understood you correctly there, right?
Andizophinda ke ndiqhubekeke kwestatement sakho kodwa ke into endibuze wena ndibuze ngaba mhlawumbi akho mntu uthethileyo naye ke mhlawumbi uncole naye phambi kwestatement wathi hayi.
Ewe kunjalo mhleka.
That's correct, my Lord. Ek het met niemand gepraat voordat ek die verklaring gemaak het nie.
Now, you will recall you've just given evidence about an entry, a report in your occurrence book.
Unikezele ukungena usithi wena ikhona into ibhale wena phakathi occurrence book.
Which was made Exhibit J, marked Exhibit J.
Unikezele pha inkundla ebhale exhibit J. Ukhumbula unikezele ukubona.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula man.
I confirm, my Lord, ek kan bevestig dat ek so inskrywing gedoen het.
Now, since you gave evidence yesterday, and I will probably be correct in assuming that you remember what you gave evidence about yesterday.
Izolo ke ukunikezela ubungqina mandamkele ke nokusephumule ukuchitha na izolo.
Ewe
Yes, I can recall. Ek kan nog onthou wat ek van gister gesê het.
And you have just minutes ago read in your report that you wrote down in the occurrence book.
Kwaye ke into ibhale pha occurrence book nale mini wayibhala nale mini. uyafunda namhlanje kusasa.
And that's Exhibit J.
Kwaphambi kwe-exhibit J.
Ewe bendifundile, my lord.
That's correct, my lord, I read it. Dus de rechtsverheerlijk maar dat ik heb inskriving uitgelezen.
Now, you'll remember from your evidence yesterday, and also if we refer in respect to that to the Exhibit J report, that reference is being made to the father of the child, the missing child, the father, and the reference is also made to the boyfriend of Kelly Smith.
Uyakhumbula ke ngokwezingxelo apha maxa wambi ke uchaza ke ngotata womntana ngamanye ke amaxa kuphinde uchaza ke nge-boyfriend nomntana tata ngelinye ixesha kuthiwe ngelinye ixesha lixexelaphi.
Zonke zoncombolo ndiyazazi mhlanga.
Yes, I know that all that information, my lord. Dit is rechtsverheerlijk waar het kennis van die informatie.
Now, when you attended to this report about a missing child, your evidence led that you spoke to the person, being the mother of the child, Kelly Smith, when you arrived and saw her in the street.
Kubungqina bakho uthi wena ngeli xesha ke so mamela isikhalazo eso sidibene ke nomama womntana onguKelly Smith sidibana endleleni.
Sidibene naye endleleni ngokunjalo mhlanga.
Yes, we met up with in the street, my lord. Was that flat when we start and moved in the moeder van the kind?
I know it might not be important, but I just want to ask you, when you spoke to her, can you recall what she said to you, where you get the boyfriend from? Did she say to you, your evidence said that Kelly Smith said that she left the child in the care of her boyfriend, is that correct?
Kubungqina bakho uthi wena uKelly wathi kuwe ngoba umntana namshiya ke ekunye ne-boyfriend. Uyakhumbula?
Ewe ndikhumbula ngokunjalo mhlanga.
Yes, I remember it in that manner, my lord. Hy het gesê dat Kelly vir die gesê dat sy die kind gelaat het in sorg van haar kerel, die bevestig eerlik.
And your statement also refers to, my lord, may I just point to this microphone being dislodged here. I apologize. Now, there's one thing I want to refer to in reference to your report, and that I've immediately now picked up your report, which is Exhibit J, and your affidavit, Exhibit K.
Uthi ke ukhona ke into endifuna ke ndikucacisela ndimnantsike ndikucacisela ngayo apho ndifumana ke kwa-exhibit J nakwingxelo yakho.
Exhibit J refers to a couple of street names.
Exhibit J ke ukhankanya ke amagama ambalwa ezitalato.
Now, in your evidence, the street, Orange Street, came up.
Ukungqina bakho ke ukhona ke isitrato sesaveni ngaxesha uthetha ke uba isitrato se-Orange Street.
Ewe ndiyasikhumbula mloyi.
Yes, my lord, I can recall. Ek kan onthou dat ek so 'n straat genoem het.
Now, in your report, it says towards the end of the report, that's Exhibit J, the fifth line from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth line from the bottom, it says, we went to Marikana and Galjoen Street.
uthi ke ku-exhibit J ke ku-exhibit J apha ezantsi ke kuyabhala into yoba kukhona amagama akobhalwa apha ke uMarikana kanti noRhalili into ezinjalo.
That's in the first page of the
Uthi ke kule ndawo ke i-entry yakho phaa kwa-currents book apho vela khona uMarikana noRhalili.
Sorry, my lord, yes, first page.
That is after where the word walkie is brackets.
Indeed.
Kule ndawo apho kubhalwe khona uWookie nokufaka ke i-brackets apha ngezantsi kuthi uvele ke amagama obabhale apho uMarikana kwakunye noRhalili.
Ewe ndiyayibona mhlaba.
I can see that, my lord. I can't see.
You didn't seem to put that in your affidavit. Am I correct or am I missing it? If you look at your affidavit, you refer to Restless Wave Street.
Uthi ke apho ku-entry yakho ubhala la magama ke uMarikana ke noRhalili uba uRhalili lo kodwa ke kwingxelo le yakho ubhala wena can you repeat the first name I mentioned in my affidavit?
The words, those two street names.
Yes. Marikana and Holyun Street.
Marikana.
Uthi ke I'm confused now.
You see in your report that about 5 or 6 lines from the bottom.
Uthi ke apha ngezantsi kunamagama ovelayo. Yes.
You mentioned after Wookie we went to Marikana and Holyun Street, mother's family.
Uthi ke ni apha ke kungqina ukuthi seMarikana naseRhalili Street umama family mama family kamama.
Ihoki endibhekisele kuyo esasikuyo yile kamama womntana unguJoshlin.
The hockey I'm referring to here, my lord, is the hockey belonging to the mother of the missing child, Joshlin. Die hockey wat ek van melding maak hier in die verklaar en hier die inskrywing hier is die hockey en waar die moeder van Mr. Joshlin.
Then igama lestrato elisiRhalili yindawo ekufutshane kwapha ematyotyombeni apho wayecinga into yoba uKelly singamfumana khona umntana wakhe.
The name Khalyun, my lord, would be a place close by where she mentioned it's a possibility where we can find a child. Die naam Khalyun is 'n plek in die naby waar sy moontlik gesê het ons kan bevind.
Okay. But you told this court that you didn't consult with anybody. And I take it that you refresh your memory about what happened a year ago, because this incident was exactly a year ago when you made your statement. A year ago, you refresh your memory about that from your report, isn't that so?
Uthi ke wena uthi angithethe nam kwamnenzele ngqo. Uthi kodwa yena ndicinga into yoba wena phambi kuba wenza ingxelo yakho statement sakho uqale ke wena wazikhumbuza ngento oyibhalayo wayibhala kwinyanga ogqithile. Akunjalo?
Hayi akunjalo mhlaba.
No, that is not correct, my lord. That is not correct that it may weer on the word on the inscription wat 'n jaar gelede gedoen was.
Sorry, just help me out here. You say it is not correct that you refresh your memory from your report, which is in Exhibit J.
Uthi ke zange sikhumbuze ke malunga nengxelo le. Statement sakho.
Andizange ndathetha namntu xa ndandisenza istatement sam. Yonke le ngxelo ndandiyenza ngela xesha kwakuripota umntana olahlekileyo.
My lord, I didn't refresh my memory or speak to anyone when I gave my statement. When I did my statement was about the information I got on that day about the missing child. Ek het geen persoon geraad om te praat of En herinner oor wat gebeur het in verband met inskrywing dat ek wel in my verklaring ingeplaas het is wat so gebeur was en my oorgedra was op die dag van die voorval.
Yes. Sorry, my lord, just repeat it.
Let's just check whether there might be some confusion and misunderstanding between yourself and the witness.
I will check.
You will recall that you asked him about making the statement on the 20th of February.
2025.
Yeah, the 20th of February 2025. And the answer was no.
Yes.
I made the statement, I kept it in a safe place. That's the evidence. It was commissioned. Could have been picked up, we don't know because it wasn't followed. So maybe we should check it.
Thank you.
When we make the statement, whether it was commissioned or not.
Thank you, my lord. Yes.
The first time. And then from where did he, well, if it was picked up, from where did he get the information? If it was typing that form, private question.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. So, Constable Kubeze, you've heard what his lordship is now saying. But what I want to check with you is, you said first of all that you didn't make the statement on the 20th of February 2025. It was commissioned on the 20th February 2025.
Uthi wena kambe ngizibhaye ngabenze nini ngisithi now February 2025 wena uthi hayi kodwa into ecaca ngathi wafundiswa kumhla wa-20 kaFebruary 2025.
Ukwenziwa kwestatement my lord kungonyaka ogqithileyo 2024 kodwa sifungelwe kuba sidingeka ngo-2025.
The statement was made, my lord, in 2024, but commissioned after it was needed in 2025. Die verklaring was gemaakt in die jaargetal 2024, maar aangezien dit zo benodig was het beëdigd in het jaargetal van 20 Februari 2025.
So what I want to ask you now, is that protocol, is that procedure, or is that just your way when you get confronted with situations like crime reports, missing person reports? Is that what you usually do?
Ingaba le inkqubo okanye into enisebenzisayo xa mhlawumbi umuntu sibuzwa mhlawumbi malunga neziganeko ezenzekileyo?
Mhlekazi, nayiphi na into esiyenzayo emsebenzini,
Whatever we do at work, my lord,
iinkcukacha zayo zihlala zikhona zisetyenziswe mhla zidingeka.
information would remain but would be used when needed. En alle werkomstandighede wat ons mee besig is, informatie sal daar wees, maar sal gebruik word wanneer dit benodig word.
And then just explain to the court
Wat sê ek in ons?
your report that you wrote in, that's now Exhibit J. At 1840, on the 20th of February,
Op 18 February,
doesn't contain the detail that you have got in this affidavit that you said you made on the 20th. You said you made a statement on the, wrote the statement or typed the statement on the 20th of February 2024. You kept it in a safe somewhere or a safe place somewhere. You wrote your report on the same day at 1840, but there's a vast difference between the two.
unomehluko ke kwinto ebhalwe phambi 1840 ke kule nto ka-2024 nento ebhalwe ke kwisestatement sakho esicabanga sabafundisa kuso awifani into ebhalwe ngo-2024 nento ebhalwe ofundisa kwe-2025.
Le ngxelo ibhalwe ngo-1840.
The information entered in 1840, my lord.
Ingxelo endayenzayo ayibingasoze ifane nale itayiphiweyo kuba iinkcukacha zam endisebenza ngazo azikho kwi-system yasemapoliseni.
The information which I did in 1840 won't be the same as in the statement, because the statement won't have the same information which is with the police. Sorry, my lord.
Iinkcukacha ezilapho kwezi statement ndizibhalileyo
What is written in what I wrote, my lord,
zibhalwe ndim
I entered it.
neenkcukacha ezikwi-affidavit ziinkcukacha ezibhalwe ndim. Umohluko ngoba kubhalwe ngepeni kwenye kutayitshwe ngekhompyutha.
The difference would be, my lord, handwritten first and then typed copy. That's the difference between. Die verskil tussen wat ingeskryf was op op 1840 in die jaar 2024, dis nie veel van verskil sê die getuie die band. Wat in 2024 geskrywe was, ingeskrywe was een aangeskrywe wat op die verklaring wat eerder was op 2025 is getik. Dus the answer for still.
Mr. Evans, just before you proceed, maybe we should just clarify this once and for all.
Exhibit B.
Get the proper timeline. Otherwise, we're going to go in circles. So, you are duty on the night shift of the night of the 19th, evening of the 19th, leading on to going off duty on the morning of the 20th.
Wena emsebenzini uqale mhla we-19 wasebenza ubusuku bakhona, kulindele kuba wena emsebenzini uzawukhululeka mhla ulandelayo mhla we-20. Kunjani?
Ewe kunjalo mcebisisi.
That is correct, my lord. Ek sou begin in die skof die 19e van die tweede maand 2024 en sou eindig tot die volgende dag getuig.
Mr. Gabesi, just listen to my questions. Just answer the question.
Nou, depende op ons.
I'm going to ask you a lot of leading questions.
Dan,
While I understand the evidence, so the answer will just be yes or no.
ndizabuza ke imibuzo ke uhlobo endimamele ngayo kamhlawumbe ndibise ngayo xesha ukuphendula. Ndilindele uphendula uke okanye wayo.
And I do this to clarify, not to get you out.
Uthi suba sacacisa uzaba uke okanye wayo.
What time did your shift start on the 19th? You were having at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Ingaba uqale ngabani ixesha uphangela mhla we-19 kaFebruwari 2024? Ingaba ibhalwe kahle xa kuthiwa mhla sithandathu ntsimbi yesithandathu?
Ngiqale ngo-6.
Yes, it started at 6.
Then you started your next shift on the evening of the 20th at 6 o'clock.
Ishift yakhe elandelayo wazoqala wena umhla we-20 malanga ntsimbi yesithandathu.
Ewe kunjalo madoda.
That is correct, my lord. So die volgende skof begin die 20ste van die tweede maand 2024 om die 6 uur.
You reported the duty scenes at the police station.
Wena uripote emsebenzini ntsimbi yesithandathu e-police station.
Ewe kunjalo madoda.
Yes, my lord, that's correct.
I note from Exhibit J that you were the one that on the evening of the 20th at 18:59 lowered the flag.
uthi ke ndiqaphelayo uba mhlawumbi 1835 ngale mini 20th umuntu wathoba ke inasiflag le yayinguwe 1835.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
Thereafter, 5 minutes later, pinged the entry 2416 in your third.
Uthi ke imizuzu emihlanu ngakoko wafaka wena eLondon 2416 incwadi ekuthiwa yi-Occurrence Book.
Ewe ndenze njalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
Now I'm going to ask you some open
Ndizaphinda kumbuzo nje.
In other words, I'm going to ask you for an explanation.
Ndizawucela ke unike ingcaciso ke lo mbuzo wona.
So that ended at 1840. Was that from memory of the previous evening, or did you have notes, or maybe a pocketbook, or any other source?
Njengoba ke ubhala apha kumhla 20th February 2024 u-entry unumber 2416 ngo-1840 the 20th ufuna uqonda ngaba le nto ibhala apha kuzikhumbulela nje ngokwedwa okanye khona mhlawumbi nantsika i-pocket book unayo apho ukhumbula ubhale khona yonke le nto ibhala.
Mhlekazi, yonke le nto ndandiyibhala apha ndiyibhala kwi-notes endandizenzile kubusuku obudlulileyo.
What is entered in here, my lord, would be from notes which I took the previous night. But die verskyn eerlikwaarheid van notas wat ek so geneem het die vorige aan, want die vraag was geweest of u wat is inskryf om 2416 van 1840 u dit self geskryf van sakboek die getuie sê dit is van notas wat ek vorige aan so geneem het.
Am I correct at that stage? This was still in inquiry.
Lilonke ngela xesha ngakabe lityala eli sekuphando.
Kwakusenziwe nje i-inquiry, idokethile laliselikhona ngaphambili.
It was an inquiry, yes, my lord, but there was already a docket.
Criminal docket with the fact number.
In the docket in the service now.
If you don't know, you can say so.
Uthi bakhumbula ukuthi
Andisakhumbulwa ngoma, ngicela ukucinga kancinci.
I don't recall when it was, my lord, but can the court just give me some time to rethink?
No, you don't necessarily know because that falls within a different division as I understand.
Uthi kaloku kusizathu uba ude usikhumbuze kaloku bendisendichazela uba yonke loo nto kaloku kwelinye icandelo.
Ndiyabulela malwadi, Nkosi.
Thank you, my lord.
So that will then complete your job with what you did on the 19th, running into the 20th, now completing the reporting line by making the from your notes of the previous evening. Mr. Love seemed confused, so I'm going to pose the question. I'm going to go the long way. Mr. Kubesi, you were on duty the previous evening, you went off duty the morning, you had your rest, came back on duty the next evening, now you complete all your paperwork for the previous night.
Ukuphangela ngo-19 wakhuleka kusasa le-20th November ngemini nge-20th. Ngoku ke ngoku uzokugqibezela umsebenzi wakho usuku ongaphambili.
Ewe kunjalo malwadi, kuba ndacinga ukuba umsebenzi wam awuzugqibeleleka ukuba ndiyenzanga le kule ncwadi yasemapoliseni.
Yes, my lord, that's correct, because I realized I won't have enough time just to finalize whatever the report will contain. Not all information will be contained in as far as the lost child is concerned.
Can you just also translate that into Afrikaans for the accused?
Dit Dit is recht zo eerlijkbare band. Ik kon niet vorige dag mee, dag voor 2, want het zou uitgelaten worden. Het zou uitgelaten in verband met die kind wat vermist was. Zie ik wil dat ik een statement zet tijdje waar je. Dat was van exhibit K. Yes, I think about why what type of statement we are not 2024.
My Lord.
Yes, that's correct, my Lord.
Can you recall when
Ingaba usakhumbula loo nto yenze nini loo nto leyo?
Kwakuphakathi nobusuku ngomhla we-20 xa ndandibangela.
It was towards the 20th the morning, early hours of the morning of the 20th, my Lord. In between the previous and the early hours of the morning of the 20th, my Lord.
I'm talking about the time stamp.
Lend out that statement is.
Remember you made the entry the evening of the 20th in the OB?
On the 20th, my Lord, the OB.
Yes. Remember you made that entry after you lowered the flag.
Kalok,
You wrote in the OB from your notes and whatever you had in the previous evening.
the OB kalok yona uyenze umhla 20 kaFebruary 2024. Ixesha 8:25 akuthuma khona iflag, 1840 ngibhala ke ngingqele malunga kwenze ngithiwa ngaphandle.
Kunjalo, my Lord.
Confirm so, my Lord, but ingeskryf was in die OB en dit het gedoen die volgende, die 20ste van die tweede maand, so om bijna 1:40.
Subsequent to that, you decided to do a statement and keep it in safety.
Emva koba wenzekele entry umhla 20th ka 2024, emva koko wenze istatement owasigcina endaweni ekhuselekileyo, efihlakeleyo, egcinakeleyo.
Kunjalo, Mhlekazi, naye
That's correct, my Lord. Nadat ek hierdie inskrywing toe gedoen het, het ek toe die verklaring toegemaak op die 20ste van die tweede maand 2024 wat ek geberg het op veilige plek.
So, do I understand you correctly? This time statement was produced on the very same day, just later, on the 20th.
Iva kakuhle kuba le ndawo statement yakhe senziwe usuku olulandelayo statement esi. Entry yenzile nge-20th, statement senze emva koko.
I want you to understand, talking about exhibit K.
Ndithetha ke le ngxelo le ngxelo.
Ndisenziwa ngalamhla umnye, Mhlekazi.
Yes, on the same, I did it on the same day, my Lord. Hierdie verklaring is gedoen op dieselfde dag van die inskrywing. Njengoba ilo hlobo ke ngoku lo exhibit K, exhibit K, exhibit K ingaba ubhale ngesandla kanti utype ngalamini ka-2024.
Ndayitayipa kwikhompyutha kwangalaa mini inye ndayiseyiva ukwenzela into yoba ze ndiyisebenzise kwixa elizayo.
I typed it on the same day, my Lord, as what this would say in computer, and saved it for in case it would be needed. I get to the getik op een rekenaar, toe geberg, als het nodig gaan worden.
So I'm going to put it in the draft statement at that stage. I'm going to put it in the draft statement at that stage.
Moet ik hier niet langer kijken? Statement is dat wat is. Zie je het sense way? The witness is asked the court to repeat, please.
I'm going to order the draft statement on your computer to be that you say in the event that you might need it later.
Lilonke ke statement senziwa kwikhompyuta masibeka okanye sisave ukwenza uba usisebenzisa xa sifuna.
Okunjalo mhlekazi.
That is correct, my lord.
And did you type it in Word?
Wabhala ke ngohlobo ochazakala kuwe kaloku apha ikhompyuta kaloku zindawo zohlobo zotayipisa usibeke ngohlobo lazo kodwa wamsebenzisayo.
Ndasebenzisa nje uhlobo lotayipa qha.
I only use the method of typing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I'll take it from here. Thank you. Now, carry on. Constable K, you've now agreed with what his lordship has said, what the court has said, that you've drafted a statement on your computer on that day, the 20th of February 2024. That's what you said. Now, what I'm asking you is, did you print it and then save that, or did you save it on the computer?
Ufuna uqonda ke ukuthi ke uyakuba xa usithi ke mhlawumbe ke kafoba 2024 masitayipha statement sakho phaa computer ufuna uqonda uba mhlawumbe masiprinta masigcina okanye sigcine phaa computer uhlalise phaa computer.
Ndasigcina apha kwikhompyuta, my lord.
I typed it and left it kept it on the computer, my lord. Ek het getik en op die rekenaar gelaat.
Does or did Constable Ngota and you use the same computer?
Wena nongobotha nisebenzisa computer enye?
Hayi mhlekazi, asisebenzisa ikhompyuta enye.
No, my lord, we don't use the same computer. Eke ngongotha sabekisela ngekanal.
So he doesn't have access to your computer. He can't get into your computer and see what's on your computer.
Lilonke yena kanokwazi uba angene computer yakaJohn niphe computer yakhe.
Akanayo imvume yokujonga information kwikhompyuta yam mhlekazi.
He doesn't have the right, is not allowed, or is not allowed to look into what my computer contains. I think the record about what you can understand.
My Lord, may I ask the state to just produce Exhibit B and present it to, even if it's a copy, to the witness?
Yes, please. You have Exhibit B there, Mr. Clark?
We have Exhibit B in front of us, my lord.
So you have Exhibit K and Exhibit B at the witness.
Lilonke ke sinokay, lo wakho, uphi, womnye. Yebo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, my Lord. Now, Constable Kubese, if you, let me start there. You confirmed to this court that you didn't consult with anybody. You didn't ask anybody anything. The details in your statement you got because it was on your computer, which you put down there or typed there on the 20th of February 2024. And you produced it and printed it now, 20th of February 2025, when it was commissioned. That's what you told us, court. Am I correct? You confirmed that?
Enkundleni ke uthe wena ingxelo yam ndayenza ngoFebruary 2024 yayigcina ikhompyuta yam kodwa ngexesha xesha ke befuneka ndayiprinta ke yaba ke ndiyafungiswa mhlawumbi kwi-2025 kaFebruwari into kuthiwa enkundleni kunjalo.
Ndichaze kanjalo mhlekazi.
That was my explanation to court, my lord. That was misfortaken and removed here.
Can I have a look at Exhibit B, please? Exhibit B. That's the statement of your colleague, Younger Gongota.
Uzawuqapha ujonsa ke inasile ingxelo kaMhlekazi uGongotha, uYanga Gongotha.
Paragraph 3. Paragraph 3.
Paragraph esithathu.
Your paragraph 3 says, we then attended to the complaint immediately after we received it, and upon arrival at Dryo, in brackets informal settlement in Liverpool, Saldanha, we met with the mother of the missing child, now known to me as Kelly Smith. Kelly did not seem very worried at this moment. She was calm.
Uthi ke wena kwelini ngalemini ngokwasifumene ke umyalezo wesikhalazo esuka ekufumene kwethu sile ke komete kombe apha eDrywhoek imele post Saldanha sadibana khona nomama umntana xa boyelahlekile uthi ke lo babengaziwa ke Kelly Smith Kelly uthi ke kwaye ke yena ngibona umuntu owayekhathazekile ebona umuntu okhululekileyo yazibona wena balelo thelekisa ibona ibhala khona
endiyaziyo my lord sesam istatement endiqinisekileyo ngaso and bendisebenza kunye noconstable Gogota information anayo yile namdi nayo.
My lord, what I'm sure about is that my statement contained what I wrote, and the commissioner commissioned the statement of mine of Omata is the same commission. It's the same commissioner. It's not the same, my lord.
See abong the bar. Hello.
Just pause. Mr. Kubesi, do you understand where Mr. Harrison is going?
Ngaba uyamqaphela uba apha ekhona umhlelo wahansi gwetha eli le nto ayichazayo maze uyamqaphela uba uyamqaphisa ufuna uthini.
Ndiyawufumana mhlawumbi.
Yes, I can.
No, I suspected that. Don't anticipate the questions. Listen to the question asked by the advocate. Just answer that question.
Uthi kaloku sucingele mamelusa umbuzo kuzwa ligqwetha libuza uphendule loo nto ebuzayo kuphela.
If a portion is made to you, wait for the question.
Uthi ba mhlawumbi ufuna mhlawumbi akangavisisi kakuhle mlinde makaphinde.
Okay?
Sabana?
Ewe kuyavakala my lord.
I understand, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I'm getting
Mr. Harris, for the purpose of what you want to do, is to break up the paragraphs. For example,
Thank you. Thank you.
let's take paragraph 3 of the two exhibits, Mr. Kubesi.
Both exhibits, my lord.
In paragraph 3 of both paragraphs 3,
Uzobaveza bobathathu bobabili paragraph 3.
right? If you look at your statement,
As
it
one.
reads, the first portion went on, we then attended to the complaint immediately after we received it.
Uthi ke wena apha kubhala apha statement sakho uthi thina kwangelo xesha ngokusifumene isikhalazo sisaya kule ndawo apho kwakhalazo kuyo uthi wena thina thina kwangoko uyazibona.
Ewe ndiyazibona my lord.
Yes, I can see that, my lord.
Now, there's no punctuation marks here, but I just paused there.
Uthi ke zama kuloo ndawo leyo akabikho nto ivezwayo zama kuloo ndawo leyo.
Then if we turn to Exhibit B, that's the statement of your colleague, Constable K.
Xa sisiya ke phaa CPB ingxelo endibe ke uConstable uGongotha.
You will realize realize the only difference between the two portions when I read is that instead of using the word we, he used the word I.
Umehluko ke apha wena uyakwenqela ukuthi thina yena umehluko ukuthi mna.
And Yaubona, my lord.
I see that difference, my lord.
And then he, Mr. Gongota, Exhibit B, concludes that sentence in the following manner. And upon arrival at drying, open bracket, informal settlement, close bracket, in middle post, Saldanha, full stop.
Aqhubekeke yena ke uthi unansiya uhlelasi uGongwatha uthi fikeni phayana eDryhoek uthi ke ifunansi kaMatombeni imali post Saldanha.
Your version reads, and upon arrival at drying, open bracket, informal settlement in middle course, comma, Saldanha, close bracket.
Uthi kwa wena uthi fikeni kwethu pha eDryhoek eMatombeni imali post Saldanha.
So except for the insertion of a comma between middle course and Saldanha, and the bracket moving on, absent a full stop, it's identical.
Uthi ngaphandle kuba wena usebenzise i-full stop yena esebenzise i-comma yonke leyavana. Sebenzise i-full stop yena wena usebenzise i-comma lilonke yonke into lapha iyafana.
Can you see that?
Uyayibona into le?
And Yaubona, my lord.
I can see that, my lord. Balbo.
My lord, yes, I don't want to go through the whole statement like this, but I think he gets it. I just want to make one final in that paragraph.
Now you can turn to, for example, paragraph 4 and point out a few things there and then ask the question.
Constable K said, if I may, with the leave of the court, just still paragraph 3. Your paragraph 3, after Saldanha, close bracket, there is no full stop, it's the continuation of the sentence. We met with the mother of the missing child, comma, now known to me as Kelly Smith in capital letters.
Uthi ke apha kuwe ke middle post Saldanha bracket leyana akukoma full stop iyaqhubekeka. Sadibana ke nomama umntana olahlekileyo ubeka ikoma. Now okwaziwa ngakho ukuthi ungawothi uKelly Smith.
Full stop.
Full stop.
Full stop.
Full stop. Capital letters. Now let me read to you, or have a look as I read it at Gongota, your colleague's statement. His statement had a full stop after Saldanha and then said, I met. And then it's the same words with the mother of the missing child that came.
Uthi ke apha kunansiya uGongwatha yena uSaldanha une full stop. Amazwi afanayo ndadibana mna nomama womntwana oyewaziwa kum njengoKelly Smith.
Your statement ends, there's a comma after missing child.
Kuwe ke apha ngomntana olahlekileyo kunekoma.
And it says after the comma, now known to me as Kelly Smith, capital letters Kelly Smith.
Uthi ke apha kubhalwe ke oyewaziwa kum njengoKelly Smith uthi ke apha ke capital letters ezi.
Gongota's
capital letters Kelly Smith.
Gongota's statement after missing child, there's no commas, that says that came known to me as Kelly Smith, small letters, full stop.
Uthi balapha ke uGongwatha uthi yena lo yewazeka kum njengoKelly Smith ebhala ke letters small letters but full stop.
Your sentence after that, Kelly full capital letter, did not seem very worried at this time. Full stop, she was calm.
That's not correct.
I beg your pardon, Your Honor.
You read at this time.
Kelly did not seem very worried at this time. Sorry, at this moment. Sorry.
At this
thank
moment.
You. Yes, at
That's
this
what
moment.
started.
Yes, thank you. I apologize.
Full stop.
wayeyona ukuthi ngela thuba akabona abantu ukukhathazeka full stop.
You see that?
Yayibona leyo.
Ndiyayibona, my lord.
I see that, my lord.
And then the last three words is she was calm.
Amagama amathatha okugqibela wayengumuntu okhululekileyo.
Ndiyayibona, my lord.
I see that, my lord.
I could carry on with the whole statement. I'm just going to go on a little bit in paragraph 4.
Uthi ke angizoqhubeka kakhulu kodwa ngizawuqhubeka nje angiparagraph yesine.
Your paragraph 4. Kelly, in capital letters, was alone when we attended the complaint, and she then explained to us. Longotas,
Uthi ke wena lapho ke ikhathalele wayeyedwa uthi wena ke
Longotas,
uthandana ke nomntana wakhe walahlekayo ikagongotheka ithi
you see that?
yabona le apha ngoku yabona le paragraph yesine ukheli wayeyedwa ngexesha esini siyabona sikhalazo esi wayekhe wasichaza intombi yakhe Joshlin Smith iminyaka walahlekayo yabona le yakho.
My lord, the interpreter is now moving ahead to the sentence. I didn't go. Please stop at the sentence where I stopped.
Uthi ke ukheli wayeyedwa ngexesha sifika kuye wasicalisela ke ngalo.
Constable K, do you see what I read?
Ndiyayibona, my lord.
Yes, I can see what you are.
Gogota's sentence says Kelly was alone when I attended the complaint, and she then explained to me.
Uthi ke yena umongozi ngoba ukheli wayeyedwa ngelo xesha siyomama isikhalazo wacacisela mna.
So the difference between your sentence, this part of the sentence, and your colleague's sentence is that you got Kelly capital letters, and where you said us, explain to us, Gogota said explain to me.
Uthi umehluko kaloku apha bhala ukheli uthi wena ke wachazela thina ugongothi uthe wachazela mna yena.
Ndiyayibona, my lord.
I see that, my lord.
And after that it says that her daughter Joshlin Smith, in brackets, open brackets, 6 years old, close brackets, was missing, full stop. Your sentence says, explain to us that her daughter Joshlin Smith, full capital letters Joshlin Smith, open brackets, 6 years of age, close brackets.
Uthi kwa wena ubathi uthi ke intombi yakhe uJoshlin Smith ibhala capital letters i-brackets of 6 years of kunyaka wayeke.
Ndiyayibona, my lord.
I see that, my lord.
Mr. Adams,
Okay, I'm not going to go through the whole.
I don't think you need to go to any more.
Can I?
Just pose the question.
Did Gongota copy his statement from yours, or did you copy your statement from Gongota?
Ingaba phakathi kwenu omnye ukope komnye inxelo nomnye ukope komnye.
Andinabungqina buqinisekileyo ngaloo nto, my lord. Njengoko ndithe esam istatement ndasitayipa ndasigcina kwindawo ekhuselekileyo kwikhompyutha yasemsebenzini.
I don't have information or evidence to that effect because, as I said to the court, I type my statement on my computer and save it on the workbook computer.
Now let me ask you another question. Point something out to you. Have a look at exhibit.
My apologies, my lord. I would like this interpretation.
Just go closer to the microphone, please, Ms. Nkabai.
Witness is saying, my lord,
Just start from the start again. You can just speak as it is, it's fine. But just so that we have the full context of your objection on record, yes, you may proceed.
My Lord, the witness in Xhosa is saying, and nabo ubungqina obuqinisekileyo. Interpreted, I don't have direct evidence. Direct evidence, not information. I don't have direct. I would like the interpreter to interpret it as it is. It's very important for us, the defense, that piece of evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Mr. Blau,
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to do as I did before, my Lord. My interpretation was that, my Lord, I did not have direct evidence that you copied from mine because from my computer, which I typed and saved on my computer. That's what my interpretation was.
so that's what Ms. Nkabai says the correct interpretation is, and there we have it. Good. Yes, thank you. Can you see the problem, Mr. Kobese?
Yes, I can see.
For example, and I'm going to cut it short, we don't need to spend more time on this now. Remember, we started earlier on with Exhibit J. You don't have to go there. You don't have to go there. Just listen to me. That's the occurrence book entry that you made at 1840 on the night of the 20th.
Yinto owayibhalayo wena 1840 ngokwenzeka ngosuku ngaphambili i-entry yakho ke occurrence book le.
Now, in that entry, Mr. Harms took you to street names inter alia. Street names.
Mr. Harris second kule entry yakho unamagama abeyiqhatha wobesileyo.
In the affidavit, your statement, it's in paragraph 6, I think it is. No, in paragraph 5 they are.
The statements are from paragraph 5.
I've noticed that you've described the searches in the areas without mentioning all the names. Which is understandable. And it's a good summary of what's in Exhibit J. The problem, however, doesn't lie there. Because coincidentally, exactly the same words with the same punctuation marks is to be found in Constable Gongota's statement, also following that same logic. Do you understand?
And over, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Adams. I think we can move on.
Thank you, my lord. I just want to make, if I may, with the court's leave, just make two further references to these statements and Exhibit J. May I?
Yes.
Constable, in your report, Exhibit J, you referred to Jacqueline Apollos, and you referred to father, and you referred to boyfriend.
Ndiyayibona malona xa uthetha isiNtu sesiXhosa uyakwazi usebenzisa nokuba leliphi igama kodwa ube uthetha into enye.
Yes, my lord, I can see that, but in Xhosa language, you can use two names but mean the same thing.
I'm not asking for explanation, I'm just asking if you're aware of it. You noted that's what you did.
Uthi ke andicela ukucacisela ndifuna ndiqonde ukuba uyayiqaphela ngenze loo nto leyo.
Ndiyayibona malona.
Yes, I can see that, my lord.
And it was at that time that you made your so-called statement on the computer, kept it there for safekeeping, and in your statement, that type statement, you keep referring to Bhutan. Where does that come from?
Uthi ke iyothuba ke wena ubhala statement sakho phaa kwikhompyutha ke bhala ke loo nto leyo. Uthi kwa kwistatement sakho wasekwikhompyutha kuvela igama kaBhutan. Loo nto ithatha
Ubusuku obudlulileyo xa ndandisenza uphando kunye nosapho olulahlekelwe ngumntana, igama endandilazi likatata omntana lelikaBhuta.
the previous night, my lord, whilst doing investigation about the lost child, the name which I came to know about the father of the child was Bhutan.
Yes, big one. I accept that.
Yeah.
But you said, your statement, you typed that night, a year ago, or morning, or whenever, a year ago, you typed this on the computer. In the last year, you have got a lot of information from this investigation, which is the charges as we have in here, kidnapping, trafficking. You heard a lot of information, isn't that correct?
Uthi ke ngeli xesha lokusenzela komhlanga okwenzeke le nto kunolwazi oluninzi malunga nophando olwenziwa nophando olwenziwa.
My lord, I'm sorry, I have to object at this stage. This witness's evidence was that his dealings in this matter concluded here. He was not part of the investigation, so to put the question to him that way is not fair or accurate.
Neither of you is on point, because Mr. Harms didn't follow up when the witness said in the investigation, whether it was in the investigation that night or whether it was subsequent. Mr. Harms jumped straight to subsequent, and yeah, so just be more precise as to when this came to his attention, and then you can follow it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Maru. And just to correct my learned colleague, I didn't ask a question, I made a statement.
No,
Made a statement.
I actually have it here as put
Yes, I put it.
on my note that you put it.
Constable K, at the time when that statement you made, put it on your computer after you've written this report.
Ngeli xa usenza istatement sakho siqala computer emva kokwenzeke le report.
You said that was done. I was saying after, meaning at that time. It was the 20th of February a year ago, 2024.
Uthi yenzeka emva kwemini kuthiwa 2024.
A CAS number has not even been allocated yet.
Ngela thuba ke le nto kuthiwa ne-KP ibiza ne-case number emapoliseni ingekafakwa.
In that respect, I refer to Exhibit A.
Apho ke ndizawuvuyela kwi-exhibit A.
Which your colleague referred to, and that is the circulation missing unidentified person
SAP
document.
S55.
SAP S55, correct.
Uthi ke ingxelo kamhlawumbi likwephu ke apho bhala khona malunga ke inkqubo zokuthandahlekileyo le kuthiwa ibizwa ukuba yi-SAPS 55.
So there's an inquiry about a missing person, no criminal activity, charges, investigation. There's no CAS that has been in any event, no CAS number has been allocated. It had been allocated shortly after that. How much shortly after that, I don't know. But my point to you is, we're sitting with a missing persons report. You were part of that investigation regarding the missing persons. And when you, as you stated, made this statement that is being handed up now as Exhibit K, that was done on the 20th of February 2024, and there was no allocation even of a CAS number, and there was no criminal investigation. Is that correct?
Once again, not immediate government translated the translated as a sub-55. Ukwanisa yena malunge nendlela asebenza ngabantwana bakhekileyo akakuphando ayizoba khona i-case number for sub-55 ingaba kunjani?
Xa eka kunjalo mhlakazi, xa ugcwalisa i-sub-55 ayiphumi nayo i-inquiry. Xa ibe siyithumela thina xa sigqibile kube cuphi, then i-inquiry register kuzokuba khona i-reference.
My Lord, after we took out this sub-55, there won't be an inquiry report. That inquiry report will be done after the sub-55 is sent to the detectives.
My Lord, with the greatest respect, I don't understand that answer.
Can I just check, what is the correct cash number for this case?
My Lord, it's Saldanha CAS 24/3/2024.
In other words, the cash was allocated in the month of March.
Indeed.
Good.
Thank you. You heard that, Constable K.
Uthole inamba idoketi yona ithiwa 24/03/2024.
And yayibona kanjani?
Yes, that's how I see it, my Lord.
But what I'm trying to get to with you is that on the 20th of February 2024, this was just a missing persons inquiry and an effort to try and find a poor little girl that was reported missing. Not a criminal investigation.
Lilo ngokuthiwa ngo-2024 mhlawumbe ibiwuphambana nje malunga nomntana olahlekileyo ngokutyala itransfer malunga lophulomthetho.
Thina my lord senza nje i-inquiry ngokulahleka komntwana, not a criminal case.
We only did an inquiry about the lost child, my Lord, but no criminal investigation.
As far as the two statements, Exhibit B and K is concerned, I want to ask you one question. That's the last question, I promise you, Your Lordship. The commissioning of these two statements are 2 days apart. Yours was commissioned on the 20th of February this year, and your colleague's Kungota commissioned on the 18th of February this year.
Uthi ke ngathi indlela fundiswa ngayo statement zakho zinokumbotha esikakhombotha kuthiwa senziwa ngomhla we-18 kaFebruwari 2025 esaba sona sekubaphumiswa ngomhla we-20 kaFebruwari 2025 zinsuku ezimbili emva kwesini.
Do you have any comments about have you seen that? Can you see them?
Njengobona indlela ikhomba ukuphefumula kule
Ndiyayibona mhlekazi, kodwa olwam ulwazi lolokuba esam statement ndasenza then ndazofumana umyalelo wento yobana ndizawufuneka enkundleni ndasitayipha ndasprinta then isaxinizelela emapoliseni into yobana ngaba silungile kusenkundleni.
I see that, my Lord, but after I made my statement and printed and typed it, when I was given instructions to deliver it, that's when I typed it, I printed, and then it was commissioned.
Can you tell court, did somebody approach you and say, please, I want you to make a statement about your inquiry that night when the missing persons report came around?
Khawusichazele ngabamhlawumbe ukhona umuntu ozileyo kuwe wathi ufuna wenze istatement malunga ke nophando nani lwenzekala xesha na.
Akekho mayelwa into endiyaziyo yokuba kuphathwa funeke ndize enkundleni.
No one came to me alone, but I well know I was told that I would be needed to come to court.
So you're telling this court, nobody approached you to say to you, Constable Kubesi, you need to make a statement about what happened that night a year ago. Nobody told you that.
Lilokuza ukuthi wena umuntu namnye ozileyo wathi obesenza istatement malunga nezenzeko kwakho kwabusuku.
Ukuza kwami enkundleni, my lord,
When I came to court, my lord,
ndaxelela into yobana ngaba ndizawufuneka enkundleni kodwa kuzawufuneka ubungqina bento endayenzayo ngobusuku.
I was told I will be needed at court, but evidence will be needed of what took place and what I did on that night.
Njenjalo ke ndaya kwikhompyutha yam ndayokuprinta istatement endandisenzile kuba ndiyabazi zawufuneka enkundleni.
That's what I did. I went to my computer, printed the statement which I believed would be needed.
I'm afraid you've lost me. My question was simple. Did somebody tell you to print and make a statement?
Saying those to this statement.
Nanjengoko silapha enkundleni ewe.
As I recalled, my lord, yes.
Somebody told you, Constable Kubesi, you need to make a statement.
Statement.
Ndaxela into yoba ndizawuba senkundleni namhlanje, so mandize nobungqina bento endayenzayo ngalaa mini.
I was told that when you can come today, you must bring some evidence of what you did on the day.
Constable Kubesi, it's not a difficult question. Please forgive me. Let's keep it short. I'm asking a question. You need to give me an answer, yes or no. I'm asking you, before you make this statement that was commissioned on the 20th of February this year, did somebody or did somebody not ask you to do that? Make the statement and have it commissioned.
Ingaba ukhona umphathi kuwe malunga nestatement esenziwa senze statement usise basifundiswe ufuna ngiphendule noma hayi angumfuzo
Unjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, why is it so difficult to get that answer from you?
Ndiyakholwa ukucacisa kwangoba ndenza.
I'd like to explain before I answer.
Okay, now you've answered now and you said yes, somebody did ask you, who was that?
Xa usithi khona ubathi-ke ufuneka wenze istatement esize naso bano.
Ndicela ukuba ndingaphendula kumbuzo na okanye ndiphendule kuba mhlawumbi abanye abantu abafunanga into yoba bavele apha enkundleni amagama wabo.
My Lord, I would like to answer because some people would not like the names to be mentioned in court.
Mr. Kubesi, I know that you've told us the first time that you testify in a court. Just answer the question, please.
Ndandifumene ukukapteni Lombrach.
Yes, my Lord, Captain Lombrecht. Pronunciation from the witness, my Lord, makes me to say.
I beg your pardon, what's the answer?
He said Captain Lombard.
Captain Lombard.
Captain Lombard.
That's the investigating officer as far as I know, according to the list of witnesses.
Thank you,
I
my Lord.
confirm
Thank
that,
you.
my lord.
number 1 on the witness list. Listens Captain W.R. Lombard with 1A.
I want to finish off with Constable K. In your statement, in your evidence yesterday, you said, and I dealt with this with Kongota, my instructions are, and I'm putting it to you as well, Mr. Polis was not at Talmaki Street. As you said, you found him, you and your colleague found him. He was said he was not there.
What you get now, about police. Njengoba wena uthe izolo nomfumana eTalmaki Street, uyayiphika loo nto ukuthi kanti ufumana ibhayibhile kodwa useTalmaki Street yena.
Kubungqina yena ukunike izolo mhlekazi akunjalo.
My testimony today is not like being asked about it.
And I put you
Not correct. It's not correct.
Then I put you further. My instructions are, and Mr. Polis will say that the first time you saw him that night was at 1 o'clock, after 1 o'clock in the morning of the 20th. This is now leading from the 19th after load shedding. And your evidence was that you went back to Mr. Polis and Ms. Smith's house, Hawkey, and the forms for the missing persons were filled in there on the bonnet. Is that correct? You remember that? Did I describe that correctly?
No, I'm sorry, my lord. Before that gets interpreted, it started off as a question and then developed into, do you agree with that? It has to be broken up. That's not fair to the witness to say, do you agree? Because what is he agreeing to?
Mr. Adams, rephrase one question at a time.
Mate, I apologize. Constable K, let me start here. Am I correct in saying your evidence was that the missing persons forms was filled in at the residence, Hawkey, of Apollos and Mrs. Smith?
Ingaba ukungqina bakho nayiloba amaxwebhu la malunga nokwehlela komntana agcwaliswa phaya endlini kuhlala khona uma ngaboqala nesithathu mapolisi kusmith.
Kulapho behlala khona unjani?
That's where they reside.
Say again?
That is where they are residing. It's one of some of the places.
My question is, were you there with a bakkie? With your vehicle, your police vehicle, were you there at the Hawkey where they reside?
Ngaba nani phaya umuntu kodwa amapolisi konke konke.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
That is correct, my lord.
And did you see Mr. Polis there at that time?
Ngela thuba ke wambona amapolisi phaya.
Ewe sasikunye naye.
Yes, I was in his presence.
Yes, you would. What's the answer?
I was with him.
Can you recall what time it is, or do you want to have a look at your report, Exhibit J?
Ingaba usakhumbula ngengumani ixesha okanye safuna ukujongisa phambi report yakho yaseJ.
Kwakuyimizuzwana nje phambi kwentsimbi yokuqala.
It was a few minutes before the hour 1 o'clock.
A few minutes before the hour of 1 o'clock.
Imizuzu imbalwa phambi kwentsimbi yokuqala.
After load shedding.
Emva kokuba lo check.
Okay, can I just get clarity? So at the time of the filling out of the forms,
Ngeli thuba ke ligcwalisa ezi forms.
Was that the same time that you were taking the statement from Ms. Smith?
Ngelo xesha uthatha istatement kuMiss Smith. Ngelixa gcwalisa ezi-forms, ixesha elinye ixesha uthatha istatement kaMiss Smith.
Lixesha elinye, my lord.
Yes, at the same time, my lord.
Because she commissioned, or she signed, let me rather get clarity, on Exhibit C, the 01 hours 10 that you have on the commissioning stamp. Is that the time that she signed at her house? Or is Mr. Blau, can I just complete the question, please? On Exhibit C, she signed the affidavit and commissioned by you there on the scene at the house. Now it states 1 hour 10, in other words 10 past 1 in the morning. Was that the time that you were there at her house when she signed?
In the time the statement after the list is stamp so on the zero, it was 0110. In other literature, up where I can get a corner, then painting yet.
My lord.
That is correct, my lord.
So we know that you've only put the stamp on later when you got to the police station, but you recorded that time. It's nothing wrong with it, because that was the time that she signed it.
My lord.
That's correct, sir, my lord.
So you were not at the police station at all at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Then comes the police station, the one is
Basically, my lord.
we were not at the police station as yet. We were not at the police station as yet. And that's not even the instances of yesterday.
Mr. Adams, let me just clear this up. Do you still have Exhibit G there?
I have.
No, I'm talking about for the witness. Because these times might be important, Mr. Adams.
Yeah.
Couldn't help to notice an entry on Exhibit G earlier on. We were not referred to it for purposes of the trial. But there's an entry serial number 2348. Can you have a look at it?
After the entry on the current but again, entry number 2348. What? Yes, I see.
And what is the time of that occurrence?
Ngaba lento ixesha baliphela yenzekile ngamaxesha. Ngokuxexesha balipha.
Noba ndenze impazamo apha ekubhaleni kwam ixesha eli lipha kwi-statement sam.
Maybe I made a mistake of the time recorded here and the time recorded on the statement.
You see, that's exactly why I wanted to clear it up and why I asked whether it was at the scene or at the police station. Because according to this official record, you were actually at the police station at 1 o'clock in the morning.
You don't look at the Muslim, okay, in the second statement, the second statement, faster. Kuba ngokwalethelwa kweyabo isemthethweni ngowani police station.
My lord.
I can see that, you know.
Unless, of course, this is a false entry.
Ngaphandle kwamhlanje si-statement singenyakisi.
Because this thing says that you visited the cells with Constable Kongota.
Uba ngokwale entry yakubenge le nto ibantu semthethweni kuthiwa wena bizithela isele ingu-Constable Kobese, Constable Kongota.
And there were no complaints. In other words, you were at the police station, and so you were at 2 o'clock as well, and so you were at 3 o'clock as well, on the hour, every hour. Somebody made these
I
entries.
can see that, my lord.
So were you at the police station at 1 o'clock? Or were you at the residence of accused 1 and 3 at 1 o'clock?
Ingaba, in this case, was the police station 1, okanye usendlini yomntu ebesenza izinto zokufaka isikhalazo.
Bendisendleleni eya khona mhlekazi.
We are on the way there too.
So that's a false entry.
Lilonke ibhalwa lapha ayiyona.
Bendicinga into yoba mhlawumbi kufanele uba kwenziwe i-late entry kuba sizenze isisele after sikhomishine i-statement.
I thought maybe we should make a late entry since we already entered time after the statement was signed.
No, but you didn't make the entry, Mr. Kobese. Somebody else made the entry, but that person said you were at the police station at 1 o'clock. And both can't be true.
The police station.
And I want my lord.
I said that, my lord.
You positive you were at the residence of accused 1 and 3. You are positive you were at the residence of accused 1 and 3 at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Uqinisekile wena usendlini ke kamangalo wesithathu ngokubanisile.
And qinisekile my lord.
I'm sure.
So I'm going to ask you again. So that entry made by another person, that's a false entry.
Lilonke le nto ibhalwe lapha njengokuqala wasebasenatsike wasesele ayiyona.
Ndivumelana nawe mhlekazi.
I agree with the court.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, my lord. May I then, Constable Kobese, just have a look quickly. I've already made a statement. You don't want to make it again. My instruction from Mr. Pollo's accused 1 is around about 1 o'clock in that vicinity, maybe after 1 o'clock. He was there at his hockey where him and accused 3 lived. You and your colleague Kongota were there, and the forms were filled in, and that was around 1 o'clock. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Imama lokuqala uthi phambi kokuwami lepresident wesakeza forms 8 yena imama lesithathu bakulawula bekulawula ngaba kunjalo.
Sasiye nabo pha mhlekazi.
Yes, that's where we went with them too.
Okay. And I'll just quickly refer you back again to Exhibit J. Please page 2. The 4th page, the last page.
Maseki phepha lesine elokugqibela ku-exhibit.
Top of the page, it says serial number 24/6 on the right of that time. I can't see what that says.
The witness just asked the court to remind him with what which is exhibit J, madam.
It's the occurrence book entries with a number of pages.
Uthi izinto ezibhalwe exhibit J.
So you want to go to the 4th page.
The 4th page, my
Yeah,
lord. Thank
phepha
you.
lesine ithi court phepha lesine. Lesine.
Yes.
You are there? Are you there?
You are page 4, madam.
Are you at page 4?
I am at page 4.
Look at the top sentence there. I referred you to 24/6, and then there's something next to it on the right-hand side. mine's got a red line on it. I don't know what that is, but then there's a sentence from the previous page. Can you read that sentence for me from that first word there?
Serial number 2146. Ukwande phela phakathi ngaphansi ngaphansi kanjalo because ufunde lokubhalula la iphanda ukubhala ngayo thina
I can help you. It says, and this time was, and then it looks like a full stop, and then there's a word. What is that word?
Already at 1:20.
Now, that 1:20, is that 1:20 in the morning of the 20th of February?
0126 Yes, my Lord.
My Lord, I have no more questions from the leaves and from my colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Your turn. Can we maybe just adjust it slightly lower for Ms. Nkabai? Be careful, Mr. Harmse. Rather let the experts do it before you break that one as well. Okay. I hope that's more comfortable than yesterday, Ms. Nkabai. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Mr. Kodese, I've got a few questions for you. First question, please balance me here. Yesterday, when you gave evidence in chief, the scene you brought before this court is that when you were driving inside the area, you met a colored lady on the way.
Izolo ukungena ukuthi wena nikusathisela yona umfanekiso nosiphowane ngoba ngelixa ningene epleyini nithibene nekhala elileki.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
And as per your evidence yesterday, this lady introduced herself to you as one K. Smith.
Ukubungqina babizo. Elinenekazi liyakazichaza yena kuni John Kelly Smith.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord. Gister significant was gebeur dat I pray that people suspect that two and two years and I hier ontmoet toe op leerling de heer Esther. En jullie kamer verder van zelf en jullie bekend gesteld als Kelly Smith. Dus dat hij bevestigd
She further told you that she is the mother of Joshlin, who is 6 years of age.
okunye okuchazileyo uthe yena ngumama kaJoshlin iminyaka emithandathu.
That is, oh sorry.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord. Sy het verder gesê dat sy die moeder van Joshlin Smith wat 6 jaar oud was.
That is the picture you created into our minds. That's how you made us to believe that on the day in question, you met this colored lady on the road.
Umfanekiso mumbili osinike wona izolo ngoba nadibane nenikazi ekhala endleleni.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my Lord. Thank you, but responsible for cases that he didn't done in the past of this rest of the
Now this morning, And in this forum, you are taking me aback because now we are creating another seminar.
Namhlanje ke ngasasana ngoku wena wokubuselemva usika omnye umfanekiso nowe.
We are
Vandaag vat ik mee terug is skets verskillende.
Through Exhibit J, you are telling this court that you made the same Smith for the same event at number 11. I'll give you the name of the street.
Matthew Goniwe.
Matthew Goni.
Namhlanje umfanekiso nokuthanda lokho isiphume ukwe yabo kanye nasike ukristu yakho nathi baba ukristu lo banamele imekuboniye.
This is
But
not
now, the sketch what we see is that the same policy that we want to move for number 11
Don't answer that. It's not the question. Listen to the question. Do you know where on the 19th of February 2024, do you know where you met Kelly Smith for the first time?
No opinion that God Kelly Smith in 19th of February 2024 one time new man 9.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, I know.
Please tell the court, where did you meet?
Not Bana 9.
Nanjengoku sasesifumene umyalelo wento yobana ngaba kunomntana olahlekileyo emiddle course from
After we received information about the child missing in the middle course,
Sorry, Mr. Kopese, I don't want the essay. I don't want the explanation. Tell me, where did you meet Casey? I want the address.
and the food was translated, okay, to say, it translated Plea K.
sadibana kwistrato nje esikufutshane indawo yasedryhook.
We met up with her in the street close by in the area drive.
And then you will agree with me then that you cannot meet one person at the different places.
Lilonke emhleka zami ngavumela namthansithi ayikwazeki ukudibane nomuntu omnye kwindawo ezimbili ezahlukileyo.
Ndiyayazi loo nto mvumela.
I know that, I agree with you.
So you were misleading the court through Exhibit J when you said you met Kelly Smith at number 11. I always forget the name of the street. My apologies.
Matthew Goniwe. Matthew Goniwe.
Matthew Goniwe Street.
Lilonke ke ngeli xa usithi wena enkundleni yoba ndadibana noKelly Smith kwanamba 11 eMephiboniwe Street uyilahlekisa le nkundla so iye the office late.
Yes, sir.
The officer if a Kelly Smith and the else
I don't want to explain.
Missing Kabai.
My apologies.
Missing Kabai. Just let him answer first and then you ask the next question.
My apologies. My sincere apologies.
I can see you getting excited.
No, not at all.
Yes, Mr. Kubesi. Do you understand the proposition put to you by counsel?
le nto uchazoleka uthandeka zami yalandela imaphi yayiyo.
Ndisalandela mhlaka.
Yes, I understand.
Can you then please answer the question?
Impendulo yoba andivumelani nayo.
My answer is that I don't agree with the proposition.
Mr. Kabai, can you just pause for a moment? What was the report that you and Gongota got on the radio?
Umyalezo kanye isikhalazo kanye umyalelo nawufumana erediyweni wawusithini?
Sawufumana umyalezo ereyidweni ukuba kunomntana olahlekileyo umntu wayefowuna wayesenumber 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
The report we received, my lord, it was about a missing child. The person making the call was at number 11 Mephiboniwe Street.
So, was it the person who made the call that was at that address, not that you would find somebody at
Matthew Boniwe kube kwingxelo ngexesha lechasa government lahlekileyo ayingafumana phaa eMatthew Street.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekana.
That's correct, sir.
And this Matthew Goniwe Street, which area of Saldanha is it in?
iMatthew Boniwe Street kwayiphi
Yindawo entsha kwizindlu ezintsha ze-RDP kwaphaya eMiddelburg kude kufuphi ne-Drywood.
It's a new street in a new area of the RDP houses, close by in Drive.
Close by Drayok.
Which are the Christian Drive.
Ewe kunjalo my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkapai.
I'm not going to put this
Net
question.
gewoon is een area, yes, in een nieuwe gebied van Opwezen, nabij Drive.
Contrary to what you've just explained before court now, I would like to read word by word what you said in your exhibit J.
Uthi ke ukwehluka kwemichazelo indlela nje gama ngalinye oyichazileyo wena phaa kulo exhibit J wakho lilonke ke la endlu kuyenza phaa kuna okheresco.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Can I read? My
Yes,
lord?
certainly.
I was posted with Constable Kongolo
Ngale mini ke belikunye no-Constable Water.
we received a complaint
Safumana ke isikhalazo
from CFC.
Sorry, my lord. It's not being put exactly. It says when we received. The when was left out.
When we received a complaint from CSC,
Indeed, and there was one other thing that I picked up. It was Gongota. The interpreter corrected it. Ms. Mkabai put an incorrect name.
so I'm going to read it the way I have it, and then Ms. Nkabai can confirm. Right? The way I have it, it starts out. I'm going to also start where council started. I was posted with Constable Gongota when we received a complaint from CSC, so I take it that's from the charge office, that there is a missing child at 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
Ndalikunye ke Gongota ngeli thuba sifumana ke isikhalazo umyalezo from FC apho sichazelwe khona malunga nomntana olalekileyo kwanamba 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
Before you ask the question, I want to read the first sentence of the next paragraph as well, and then council can take it further. On our arrival, we found Miss Rockwell Smith.
Ekufikeni kwethu thina sifumene unkosazana wakhe Smith.
Right, thank you, Ms. Nkabai, because that's the context of your question as I understood it.
Thank you, my lord. As I understand what you said in Exhibit J, the complaint was not coming from number 11, Matthew Goniwe. You received the complaint from CFC telling you that there's a missing child at number 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
Ingaba ndakubakavika usithi wena nafumana nemiyalezo okanye isikhalazo malunga nomntana sikhalazo esisuka kwanamba 11 Matthew Goniwe Street.
Ewe ndiva kakuhle my lord kodwa zange side siyofika kulaa address zasiyinikiwe sadibana no-complainant endleleni.
You hear me correctly, my lord, but we did not reach the given address as yet. Before reaching this address, we met up with the complainant.
Your last explanation the one you are saying now, is not written in Exhibit J. In Exhibit J, your follow-up after number 11, Metro Gonway Street, is on our arrival, we found Miss Raquel Smith.
Uthi awuthokhono ya ngokupha speaker batsitsa address usofumana wena uthi ke wena ekufikeni kwethu sifumene sidibene Miss Raquel Smith.
Ekufikeni kwethu kwindawo ekuthiwa yi-dry hook.
When we arrived at the place named Dry Hook,
not kanye kwi-address ebesinikwa yona.
not exactly as at the address given to us.
Mr. Commissioner, this is a serious offense. Suspects have been in custody as early as the 7th of March 2024. You are not going to do a copy and paste with me. In your Exhibit J, you never mentioned that on your arrival at
Dry hook.
Show me dry hook in your Exhibit J. When you are saying on our arrival at dry hook, show me that sentence.
Nangona ngakhange ndiyibhale indawo ene-dry hook, kodwa igama lendawo apho ahlala khona uKelly likhona nantsi ihonki yakhe ezantsi apho utata wasisakhona.
My Lord, even though the name Dry Hook has not entered, it is a place where Kelly is residing. Further down, you can see where it is written, Madam.
I want to remind you. You told the court that you got 10 years experience as a member of the SAPS. You were supposed to be knowing what I'm going to tell you. Our courts are courts of record, not courts of assumptions. I was supposed to have written that.
Ndivumelana nawe kodwa yonke le nto uyibuzayo okanye uyithethayo yonke ibhalwe phantsi apha nangona akhona amagama abhale dry hook, kodwa indlu kaKelly ikhona pha ebhale.
I understand and I agree with you about everything is will be record, but even though name of Dry Hook was not mentioned, but in the statement, in this entry, the house of Kelly is mentioned.
I will leave that question. You will hear me in my arguments.
So we are going to this one. We know the classes of
When you mentioned number 11, Matthew Gonway Street, I immediately go and perused SAPS 55 to see whether this address appears there.
Maybe when
I'll come to that question later. Can the state help me and provide the witness with the SAPS 55?
It's Exhibit A.
Exhibit A.
now let's go to the subs 55. Okay, and the exhibit.
Exhibit A.
Did you, any stage, after the completion of this form, have an opportunity to go through it?
Ingaba emva kokuba eli xwebhu ligcwalisiwe ulifumene na ithuba loba ukujongisisa ujongisisa xwebhu?
My Lord.
Before you interpret, there is an objection, and I know what it is.
Yes. Thank you, my Lord. This witness did not compile that document.
Eli xwebhu kuyagcwaliswa ngale ndlela.
And she is right, Ms. Nkabai.
That was not right.
The evidence is that even whilst Gongota was busy with the SAPS 55 Exhibit A, he was attending to the statement of Ms. Smith. But I know where you're going, so go straight there, because nowhere in Exhibit A is there a street name, nor is there a number.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord,
But-
my question was not as to the completion or the filling of the form. My question is clear. He is senior to Constable K. My question is, did, after the completion of this form, by whoever, did he have an opportunity to go through it as a senior? That was my question.
Okay, so
Umbuzo
Let's
kwakho
hear.
umuntu noko onamava oyisena kuGongota ngithetha uba yena lagcwaliswa kulo xwebhu njengomntu manoko ongaphisina kuGongota emva kokuba kugcwaliswe xwebhu ingaba wasinika ithuba ukujongisisa xwebhu kumele kulo uma mhlawumbi afuna ntoni ngolo hlobo?
hayi andizange kuba ndimthembile uGongota njengokholiki.
I did not go through this form, my Lord, because I trust Gongota as a colleague.
My
Yes.
Lord,
Yeah.
it's lunchtime.
I just wanted to check with you, how long do you still need for cross-examination?
A lot of time.
No, I don't want to adjourn when you haven't completed a topic that you're busy with, so we can adjourn at a convenient place in your cross-examination.
Your Worship, I think this is the most
Is it now
convenient time.
convenient?
Thank you.
So we'll take the adjournment till 2 o'clock. Or do you want to start earlier?
What is the House saying?
It's now 4 minutes past 1. How about 1:45? Will that assist? And that will be sufficient time for people that's going to eat something, to have something to eat. Let's start at 1:45 instead of 2 o'clock. So 1:45, I will be back. Court adjourned.
No sweat. The sweat is from the heat.
The issue of the statements of the comments.
They will add their because the case law is developed. So you see where Eric, the way you describe it is exactly how you say it. Exactly how you, the example you use now is exactly how you say it to the report. Beautiful. Zalfa, is there nothing in that witness box? No other exhibits lying loose there, no? Not going out. I'm not going out. Sure. Yes, no problem. I've got them. Yeah. I just want to file out it, so I'm not. H, we don't have H, which is that? Ach nee, there's, got it. H is here. H is here, it's on the other side. H, J, right. All Z's. Because mine, I think I had to him, and mine became the exhibit.
This is actually
No, the original was the judge. I see. That's what we have. No. Ways only between one of that and I gave the witness one. Positive. I handed what Ways gave it. And he confirmed that to me. Always. Yeah. No. Ask him.
Mr. Sivnarayan.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Sir, do you still maintain that your statement, Exhibit K, was made in February 2024?
Usapile kwamkhela zona indlela la yakho yokuthi K statement says was sent on February 2024.
Ewe kunjalo mhlekazi.
That's correct, my lord. Ek weet nog steeds en die getuigenis is dat die verklaring was gemaakt in Februari jaar 2024.
And we've already established that your statement and that of your colleague Gongota is almost identical.
En dat was klaar, dat is dat. Die verklaring en die collega van Gongota was min of meer dezelfde. Ingaba ke kunjalo sesichaza siqiniso la ingathi ingxelo esiqinisa ukuthi sibufana.
Ewe ndiyabona ukuthi asibufana mhlekazi.
Yes, I can see that they are possibly identical. I can see that they are more themselves.
And do you have any comment on that?
Ingaba ukhona lokubiphendula kulolu le, kulolu
Xa ndiphangele kunye nogxa wam uConstable Gongota, ndicinga into yoba umntu onesikhalazo ebemnye. Koko ke xa simamela sibabini, ingxelo esiyivayo siva into enye ngoba umama olahlekelwe ngumntana akacaciselanga umntu ngamnye ngamnye, uthethe ingxelo enye kubantu
As a person who was working with Gongota, attending to the same complaint at the same time ago, the complaint of the mother of the child giving us information, that information between us will be heard at the same time in the presence of both of us. As I can go water, the celebrations en anders was het natuurlijk nodig wordt gedragen ons als daar een mogelijkheid natuurlijk aan dezelfde manier zou worden.
So are you telling
Just
me-
one moment. Are you serious?
Serieus.
ewe ingxelo sayivayo inye mhlekazi.
Yes, a lot of people hear a complaint or information.
Mr. Sivnarayan and Mr. Kubesi, I don't want to waste more time. Because, Mr. Kubesi, even if 2 people or 10 people that went to the same school, from primary school, right through, and slept in the same bed, attend the same event, is highly unlikely, if not impossible, to have these similarities. It's also the first time in all my years that I found that a witness would type their own statements. I would have thought what would happen is the investigating officer consult, get all the information, say, listen, there's a draft. That might explain something like that. But please, it's not going to fly. Doesn't mean it detracts from the credibility of the evidence. But we don't need to waste time with sideshows. Good. You've made your point. You've started this debate yesterday.
Thank you, my lord.
But I don't want to listen to all sorts of sideshows. Thank you, Mr. Sivner. And if you want to take issues out of these statements to advance your client's case, you can feel free to do that. But trying to find an explanation for the carbon copies that appeared out of 30, that's wasting my time. And I'm not blaming you for it.
Thank you, my lord. I'll move on, my lord. Now, you told the court yesterday that when you were trying to obtain my client's statement, accused number 3, that she became hesitant.
Uthe izolo apha enkundleni ngelixa wena uzama ukufumana istatement mangabesithathu waba ngumntu okuyathandabuza. Mama.
Mshakazi, into endinoyicacisa
But I can explain now.
i-statement endisithathileyo nengxelo esiyivileyo ibingamaxesha namaxesha, andazi noba unondicacisela uba kweyiphi na istage sophando apho afumaneke ngathi uyathandabuza.
Can you perhaps refer me to where I would have said when taking the statement that she might hesitate?
You told the court that at some point accused number 3, when giving you information, you became hesitant, and thereafter the reason you gave was that there were people who were shouting.
Uthi kaloku wena uthe izolo isizathu soba ngathi iyathandabuza endaweni ezithile kungethuba xaba kunabantu ebemkhwaza.
Ewe kunjalo mshakazi.
Yes, that's correct. my lord.
So, if I understand you correctly, she became hesitant not because she did not want to give you information, it was because of the people who were shouting.
Lilonke ke uba ndivisa kakuhle mhlekazi ngoba into yoba yena benothandabuza ingoba mhlawumbi bengazimiselanga ukunika inkcukacha mhlawumbi okanye istatement. Loo nto beyibambe ephantsi kwabo.
Yaba ngunobangela into yoba angasiniki kakuhle iinkcukacha esisifunayo ngoba wayebizwa ngapha nangapha.
That was the reason for us not to giving us proper information because they were calling her here and there.
As I understood it, Mr. Sivner, and I'm going to my notes. He said that she appeared calm initially, and at some point appeared hesitant, though cooperative. That's my note.
Thank you, my lord.
And that was the point when the bystanders, the term bystanders was used. They were also trying to pose questions to her. That was the context.
Thank you, my lord. You also testified that these people were shouting. What were they saying? Did you hear?
Uthi aba bantu bekhona bebese kuye beshawuta. Ngaba bathi kuye babeka bathi
Imibuzo eyayijoliswe kuye yeyokuba uphi na umntana kutheni le nto azothi kubeleli xesha engakhange amripote emapoliseni.
the question posed to her as to where is the child? Why would it be until this time that this was never reported, the child was never reported to the police? The Quran was the Quran, Barso the Kalbis. Who comes so that the Arabic years so that we come to actually help us in the police. At that moment,
kwakuye abantu bembuzile enye into babeyikhalazele loba bezawuvuswa ebusuku bebuzwa abantwana eyona nto yayingxabangxaba.
What also was quite, people were quite happy about it was then waking up at night. At night, question asked about the child. But the man said the conspirator tell us that of that there was about the market and really enough for us to have the country.
So the bystanders were angry.
Unjalo my lord.
Yes, that's correct, my lord. The bystanders was omgekrap.
And is there any reason when you had drafted your statement you didn't include this information?
Ingaba sikhona la isizathu sokuba ngeke iqoqe indlela yakho madam ufanele
Nanjengoko bese ndicacisile into yobana ngaba umama womntwana isizathu soba angasinikezi kakuhle iinkcukacha kungenxa yento yobana ngaba kwayephantsi koxinizelelo labahlali.
That is why I said, my Lord, the reason for the mother of the lost child not to give us proper information was because of the pressure from the community. Let us read about it, the Lord said that the moeder van die kind kon nie ons probeer van informatie gee nie. Dit was die moeder van die druk vanaf die gemeenskap.
My Lord, may I approach you, please?
Certainly.
Thank you, my Lord. I've consulted. Just a few instructions.
Yes, certainly.
Sir, my instructions from accused number 3 is that she never told you that when she got home that there was no one there on the afternoon when she got back from work.
Uthi ke yena mama lena wesithathu mama uthi zange atsho yena kuyena emini mama ngexesha elizele ngoba wafika yena emntwini.
Ekudibaneni kwethu naye xa siqala ukumbona
When we met up with her, when we first saw her,
wacacisa into yobana ngaba endlini ufike kungekho mntu ingako ethe waqonda into yoba makaye kubantu abazomnceda so that afowunele amapolisa.
to say the least, when she arrived at home and there was no one, that's when she said that she was going to people to assist them to call the police. To say the least, Uncle was a man for yesterday. Because we get about us to mistake om op te vragen en geen politie beschadigd.
Sephinile ke saya endlini yakhe ngokwenene sikehamba namapolisa akasifumananga.
We went to the house with her and we didn't find anyone in the house. Onze stoel net aan de is, but niemand deze was niet.
She will tell the court that when she arrived at home, she met accused 1 and 2.
Uthi yena uzayichazela ukuthi ngelixa mna ndifike ngijuma umntana ndifike uma ngaloqala sibili ekhona.
Akunjalwanga umhlekazi.
That is not correct, my Lord. Sy sal sê as jy die aankom was beskuldig van dat 1 en 2 teenwoordig die gesê sê dis nie reg.
She will also deny that when she met accused number 1 that evening, she asked him about gas or gas bottle.
Kwaye uzayiphikisa intoba ngokutsho kwakho intoba hayi ubabusuku wakho ethi empangela loqala wambuza ngegesi okanye irhasi.
Ekuhambeni kwethuba sihamba naye ezinzulwini zobusuku.
After we were in a company midnight, my Lord,
Kulapho ke iinkcukacha zakhe zaye zatshintsha zathi ebeke waya ekhayeni emini wadibana ke kunye nesinqandamathe sakhe.
That's only then the information changed and said to her she went home during the day where she met up with her boyfriend. Gedurende die aand, die nacht, dit is waar toen sy informatie moest geven dat sy vroeger die dag wel haar kerel gezien het.
She will tell the court that upon seeing accused number 1, the first thing she inquired about was Joshlin.
Uthi ke yena uzasicela ukuba into oqala mina ayitshoyo na ekuboneni kwami ngokuqala ukuthi Joshlin César the officer, the eerste vraag aan is dat er nog een was, sy kon antwoord, sy moet op hierdie waar Joshlin was.
Akunjalo mhlekazi.
That's not correct, no. That's not correct.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Zierman,
Thank you, my lord.
re-examination.
Constable K, a lot has been made about the street names that were mentioned in the OB and what appeared in your statement.
Kuninzi okwenziwe njengabana namagama ezitalato. Umzekelo amazitalato ezidala khona kwinasabini. Sikane baseningi ubile negama ezitalato ezidala.
Firstly, are you familiar with the area Dryhoek, Peter Macabre, Matthew Guerrero? Those were the street names that we heard. Are you familiar with all those streets?
Ezitalato ngizikhandanya ke ngikuboniwe ezinye ngaba unolwazi kazazi na.
Kunjalo my lord ndiyazazi.
Yes, I'm familiar with the streets.
My
As ek
apologies.
bekend met dit ons strate wat van Bruinsmatas, getesie ja, bekend daar.
I apologize. Dryhoek is the area, is that correct?
Ik draai in het leven.
Kunjalo imikuku.
Dryhoek is the area of the Shakespeare.
Now,
Dryhoek zou de area is van opstaan hebben.
I'm not one with drawings. I think I failed art class. And we're going to hear from the investigating officer later who will testify about a map and where these streets are. But to the best of your understanding, can you explain to the Honourable Court where these streets are in comparison to where you first saw Ms. Smith?
Uthi ke lokubenzala ke lozoba ke ngangiphumelela kodwa ngiyamkhuphe ukuthi ufuna ngichazele kwamhlanje ngokwazi ukukhumbula kwakho.
Where he saw Ms. Smith first and the streets that were mentioned, if you can explain.
Ingaba nimbone ndawo yokusweep malunga nezitalato esizithaziwe oqala kankulunkulu.
Xa ungena emiddle post
When you enter Middle Post, my lord, this was Middle Post, Manufang.
istrata ongena kuso i-Rayland Street.
The street entry would be Rieland Street. The straat zo waar ons gebreken van de ganse Rieland Straat is.
Istrata Rayland.
How do you spell that?
Can you
I
spell
want
that
to
for
make a
us?
proper note.
Oh, sorry. I'm corrected by the investigating officer. It's Middle Post Rayland, so that's the
Middle Post Rayland.
It's not the
Uthi
road.
ke yona thina siyayazi ndawo how uthukele isisikele ndawo kwa Middle Post Rieland.
Ms. Zierman, I'm just thinking, is this not new evidence? A, that would be inadmissible in re-examination, absent a proper application. It's not the end of the question. Because I'm aware that we were told in chambers this morning, when I engaged with counsel, that the next witness will be the station commander. Why don't you just let him bring a map along?
No problem with that.
Then you don't sit with a problem with new evidence
No problem.
and an application to present new evidence in re-examination. And then we cover all those bases.
I will abide by the court.
No, I'm not making a ruling, I'm making a suggestion.
I accept the court's suggestion. I'll take it, my lord. Thank you. I have microphone.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kubese, you may be excused. So it's clear if we're going to start with the station commissioner now, we won't finish the evidence in chief. So the new aspect that I've raised now, that you can in continuation tomorrow morning, but at least we can use the next half an hour. And he can start his evidence. You're looking at your watch, Mr. Aramsa. It's only 2:30.
Sorry, my lord, now, I'm not quite sure what you said there about time.
No, it's only 2:30. We agreed this morning when I saw you in chambers that we're going to try and adjourn 3 o'clock during the week for the reason that I've realized yesterday that if we go much beyond that, it becomes difficult with the transport of the 2 individuals that is held in Malmesbury. We're already starting an hour earlier in the morning, but to facilitate that, we saw the condition of the fog yesterday. We saw it this morning. It's quite a long drive, and we also don't want to place the safety of the officials and the 2 accused in peril by staying on too late, and they have to come back home after they dropped off the 2 accused in Malmesbury. But we would have made up more than what the normal court hours would be if we plan it that way.
I would just like to know what the new witness is going to be. I have not been informed. I think this is
When we were in chambers this morning,
the new witness that they are going to call this morning.
No.
After this.
no,
Didn't understand.
when we were in chambers this morning, all 3 of you and the 2 prosecutors, part of the discussion was I asked who's going to be the next witness.
I understand that's the station commander.
That's the station commission.
Thank you.
As it is court, my lord, prosecutors are going to play musical chairs.
Certainly.
I'm going to move over. My colleague will lead this way.
Yes, you may call the next witness. So what we'll do is we'll go up to a point on the evidence in chief, and we'll most probably conclude the evidence in chief in the morning. The prosecutors can decide how they structure leading the evidence, so that if there are aspects that you need to go and prepare on overnight and looking at the defense table, then you know exactly where we go tomorrow. And Ms. Swanepoel, just ensure that when we leave this afternoon, that you keep your colleagues abreast as to, for the next 3 days, what your scheduling will be. Good. Thank you. Ms. Naidu-Chetty, you may swear in the witness.
My lord, the witness that has taken the stand at this stage is Lieutenant Colonel Lincoln Sibola. It is witness number 14 on the list of state witnesses, and that is the correct spelling of his name and surname. That is Sebola for record purposes. My lord, and I also have taken up the opportunity to request and find out from Colonel Sibola with regards to his identity and photographs or filming of him. He requests that his photo should not be published, he should not be filmed, and that is due to security reasons. He is the station commander in this town. He has a family, security reasons for his and his family's safety.
Is the identity, and I'll check with the witness if needs be, is his identity not in any event known to the community and to the public? Has he not been giving interviews or seen openly by the community, maybe given television interviews, or because this has been a high profile issue? Let me check with him.
Indeed.
Do you have any particular views, Mr. Haramsa, before we go there?
like to know is what is the affidavit number that they're referring to?
93, she says.
Is that witness number 93 or affidavit number?
No, it's witness number 14, so it will be affidavit 93.
Thank you.
Ms. Makabayi, do you have any input as to the identity of the witness being shown on camera? Anything from your side? Thank you. Mr. Sivnarayan? Thank you. You can administer the oath or affirmation.
My name is Lincoln and my surname is Sibol.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I don't have any objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do so help me God.
I do so help me God.
Mr. Sibola, you may have a seat, thank you. Before I'm going to get into the prosecutor leading the evidence, there's the issue about your identity or your photographic image or video image be shown to the public, and it's the broader society, not only the society of Saldanha. You've indicated that you have objections. I just want to ascertain from you what the reasons are in order for me to make a ruling. Let me explain the background to you. It's the exception rather than the rule, where the identity of a witness is protected in court proceedings. Similarly, it's the exception for which the statute makes provision where the evidence of a witness can be heard in camera. In a case like this, there's a great, as you would know, public interest in the matter, far wider than the community of Saldanha. And I just want to ensure that I do the right thing. Because yes, you have the right to privacy, but you're a public official. That's the two sides of the coin. You are the head of the police service within the community, and I'm sure the whole of the Saldanha community know exactly who you are. Whether it's known wider than this community, that I'm not sure of, but you've also raised these safety concerns around yourself and your family, and I would like to know what those are so that I can assist. I don't want a situation that we just brush over it, because it's an issue that must be seriously considered. And the media has the right to publish, and the public has the right to know. Thank you. For now, they're not going to show your image until I've made a ruling.
Okay. Okay, my Lord, the issues that I'm putting before the court in terms of the objection of my pictures, in this organization of SAPS, we don't only end up performing duties of station commander only, and there is growth in this organization. In turn, one might go to, especially myself, there's applications that one makes to special units, your crime intelligence, but once your picture will be lying all over the country, then your cover is going to be blown in terms of that, my Lord.
So at the moment, is that a possibility of a different type of deployment where your identity would be compromised or your mission might be compromised, if I could put it that way?
That's correct.
It's now, we have about 26 minutes left of the day's hearings. So for today, I'm going to leave it at that. I want you to consider it seriously. It's also because I don't have all the information. I want you to, in consultation with the prosecutors, consider it seriously. If it's a real issue of that possibility of another deployment that might be affected, but if it's merely a hope, the game might change. I'm allowing it for now that the images not be shown, but I want to revisit it in the morning if necessary. Good. Thank you. Are you going to make use of the interpreter, Colonel, or do you want to testify in English? The choice is yours.
I will testify in English, my lord.
You want to testify in English?
Yes, my lord.
So, you must just bear in mind that the accused are Afrikaans speaking, so you must give Mr. Blau the opportunity to translate from English to Afrikaans as well. But you can sense it. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
My Lord, I've just asked the gentleman in charge of the sound here if it's possible to lift that stand a little bit. I think the witness is much taller than the previous one was, and now he's leaning forwards, and I think it's going to become uncomfortable if he has to lean forward the whole time to answer.
I know the Colonel is much taller. When we came to view the facility, there was a police conference here and in the facility, and he was also here at some stage. Good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colonel, we know that you are a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Services, and we also know that currently you are stationed as the station commander of Saldanha. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ons algemene saak dat die staatscommissaris van Saldanha is en dat die lieutenant-kolonel is.
Can you tell the court how many years of experience do you have in the South African Police Services?
That's 37 years, my lord.
Kan u verhoofstel hoeveel jare ondervinding het u van die politie-macht? Dus dat hy sê 37 jaar.
And of those 37 years, are all of those in visible policing and police at station level? Or does it also include detective level? What is it?
25 years of my service, my lord, is comprised of detective service, especially your serious and violent crime, your child protection unit, normal detective, as well as economic crimes investigations.
In verband met die ondervinding kan u verhoofstel hoeveel jaar en van verskillende posities in die politie. Die getuie sê dat sy 35 jaar in verband met onderzoekwerk, waar hy ook betrokken is in gevaarlijke misdaad.
So how long have you been back in uniform? Get done, Mr. Blau. I thought you were done. So for how long have you been back in uniform now? after all the years being a detective?
As the station commander, my lord, I'm 11 years the station commander.
11.
11 jaar as die staatscommissaris.
Is that here in Saldanha?
No, my lord, not only in Saldanha. I started in Saldanha in 2019.
Nie alle jare in Saldanha nie. Ek begin werk in Saldanha in 2018.
So before that?
Before that, I was stationed as station commander of Elandsburg.
Voor dit was ek die staatscommissaris van Elandsburg.
By.
Elandsburg.
Now, as the station commander of Saldanha, when did you become aware of this missing child, Joshlin?
As die commissaris van Saldanha, wanneer ek bewus geraak van die vermis van hierdie kind Joshlin,
I was informed of the missing child on the 20th of February at 7:30 at the station.
ek was ingelig van die vermis van hierdie kind die 20th of February half 8 in die stasie.
In the morning.
In the morning, my lord.
Die oggend.
And were you informed when this missing child was reported as being missing?
Was ek toe ingelig wanneer was hierdie berig of was hierdie klag van vermiste kind gerapporteer?
I were informed, my lord, that the child was missing on the 19th and the report was made to the police station past 9 in the evening, my lord.
Ek was ingelig dat die kind so vermis was op die 19e en dit so aangemeld was door de stasie, so na 9.
The evening. Is that the evening?
The evening, my lord.
9 die aand.
Now, as a result of you being informed about this, what did you do?
Terwille van dat aan u oorgedra was, wat ek toe gedoen.
As a result of the information that was conveyed to me, we then had a briefing, and after the briefing, we then established a VOC, which was going to be the center where the information that gives us in is going to be reported.
Ons het toe 'n kort gesprek gehad, waar alle informasie wat by ons rondom hierdie berig, maar dit sou gehou of gewerk.
What is that acronym you used?
The VOC, my lord, is a very operational center which we established at the station itself.
Is er zeer gedeelte wat by stasie sou gerig gestel word in verband met informasie wat by
And you call it a VOC.
We call it the VOC, my lord.
die stelsel genoem die VOC.
And that's at the CSC?
That's at the CSC, but at the office adjacent the CSC for the information can filter through at the CSC.
Dit sou by die aanklagkantoor wees, maar in 'n kantoor ook kan die aanklagkantoor van die informasie moet nie deel wees van wat so plaasvind in die aanklagkantoor.
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, the purpose of us having the VOC is for the information to filter through to our district operational command center, which is situated in Mauritius.
Die rede daarvan is dat alle informasie sou moet versprei word in Mauritius en in sy Nederlandse berig. Kantoor wat gesmeerd is in Mauritius.
After establishing the VOC, then we had to establish the search team.
Nadat die VOC gestig was, moes ons toe 'n opsoekspan
comprised of local SAPS members. When I'm saying local, I'm referring to members of Saldanha SAPS.
Hierdie span sal deelneem teen plaaslike polisie Saldanha polisie van Saldanha wees.
We utilize also the structures in the community, which is the CPF and the Neighborhood Watch.
Sekere strukture in die gemeenskap sal gebruik word, byvoorbeeld CPF en Neighborhood Watch.
Inclusion was the FCS, which is the unit that investigates child cases as the child is missing.
En die FCS wat gebruik word in verband met kinderondersoek aangesien kind vermis was.
And fortunately enough, we had the community as well, plus minus 200 members of the community were formed part of the site.
Gelukkig was daar deelname van die gemeenskap. Dus er is 200 mensen van die gemeenskap wat voor van de opzoekspan.
I didn't immediately join the search party as there was other engagements for me for that morning.
Ik heb onmiddellijk jullie opzoekspan weer aangesloten, aangezien ik andere verplichtingen had voor die ochtend.
The visible head at the station then took charge in terms of going to conduct the searches that part of the morning.
Sorry, did I hear you correctly? Did you say the visible head
That's correct, madam.
at the station?
At the station.
And who is the visible head at the station at the time?
The visible head that took charge that morning was Captain Oliver.
Thank you.
Die visible hoof daardie oggend was Captain Oliver wat ons voortoon
He was in charge of the search party, search team.
Search team for that part of the morning.
hy beheer geneem oor die opsoekspan. Hierdie is hy gedeelte van oggend.
Okay, the search team then departed and went to middle post and surroundings of Diceville and the outskirts in terms of searching, starting from where the child was indicated as missing.
Hierdie ondersoekspan sal begin met Middepos, die omgewing na en waar hierdie kind laas sou gesien is.
And later on during the course of that day, at 1400 hours,
Later hierdie dag sou die 2
I then joined the search team.
ek het hierdie soekspan
I had to take the SAPS biological dog handler together with his dog
ek moes die hond handelaar met sy hond beheer
to the premises where the child was last seen.
na die woning waar die kind die laaste keer gesien gewaar is.
We drove in a convoy. It was myself in front, the SAPS biological dog handler and his dog, together with a member of LCRC. We then drove to the address of the child.
Ons is toe in 'n konvooi en ander woorde na voertuig. As ons na die plek waar die kind van laaste keer gesien was, met die aansteking van die hondenlinie.
On arrival at the scene, for me it was said the area is Moses Kodan.
Ons het aangekom by hierdie area, en hierdie area verneem van die voorkomers van Moses Kotan.
Can you just, we have heard several different names for places. Can you please spell that for us? Moses Kotana?
It's Moses like M-O-S.
You mean you don't know how to spell Moses Kotane?
No, I do.
Every South African should know how to spell it, but let the witness spell it for the record. Yes, Colonel.
It's Moses like Moses, and then it's K-O-T-A-N-E. When we arrived at the house from which the child was reported missing, there were already members of FCS, three. There were 3 FCS members.
3 FCS leden.
Amongst the 3, there was the investigating officer of the missing child file, Sergeant Newstein.
This is a little bit of a
Sergeant Milstein.
There were also 2 members from the K9 unit, and there was a member of LCRC beside the one that was driving in the convoy.
And the LCRC
the forensic, the SAPS biological dog had to do some investigation itself. Being assisted by the FCS and K9 as well. That investigation took quite some time, and it did draw the attention of the community from where they were searching, and they all came to the side of the house as well.
And then both remains punishments and follow.
May I please interrupt you there, Colonel? Having been on the scene, knowing what it looks like, just paint a picture to us. What does it look like there, where the house is that you went to?
And if on the operator sketch, but we must, and you can say that go on work on.
The house isn't much connected to the other houses. It's as if it's standing on its own, but the east house is not very close to it. At a distance. Behind the house, there is a place where water is stuck, it's not running. There's dirty water around it there.
After the last time,
and it's a house which, if you're looking for it and somebody directs you, you won't be able to miss it because it's standing on its own.
that is but we moeilijk sal wees om te vind as 'n persoon die moontlik rigting sal gee, want dit is op sy eie.
As I indicated, that the work that was being done by the biological dog took some time.
Soos ek klaar gesê het dat die werk wat hulle op die taak wat die regisseur vir ons op gedag het, ek geneem.
When it became, when the weather started to change, around 1900 hours, I then engaged with the speakers that were there, including the mayor of this town of Saldanha, who was also among the leaders there. The communication was around the fact that the weather is changing, and those are the times of load shedding.
Die communicatie was ter wille van aangesien die leerlinge en was geleerdheid van leerklas.
Then we engaged in terms of, there were also children that were there amongst the bystanders.
Verder was daar ook kinders tussen die bystanders,
And there were old people that were there as well.
ouder bejaardes.
Then we decided that should we continue and continue searching beyond that time that we were searching, and people get hurt, it won't serve its purpose while we are searching.
Onder te besluit, as ons nou gaan verder, wat gaan we dit soek? En daar kan mense moontlik beseer word. Dit sal geen positiewe effek.
Is this a convenient time, Ms. Lomba? Yeah. This is a convenient time.
It is.
Because now you've laid the scene, it's evening, it's getting dark, weather is changing. So tomorrow morning when we start from that new process on. Because I don't want him to go into a new part of the next phase. It's so worked out like all the other days. It seems it's almost to the minute. I haven't looked at my watch, but yeah, on our planning time. So, Colonel, we starting at 9 tomorrow again. You may be requested to bring some maps, etc. I'm not sure whether you have an A3 printer at the police station that can print a big A3 size, because I think it might assist. Mr. Wanapul, I think it might assist if we have one for the record and maybe one that we can put up, because more witnesses will refer to it, and to refer to the areas, then it will assist everybody to orientate themselves. Then we don't have the falling around between whether it's this, that, or the other.
My Lord, indeed. And maybe this is an opportune time to just raise the issue. As a prosecution team, we have considered from the start that we should perhaps request, if necessary, and we'll take the guidance from this Honourable Court, but if necessary, we might need to visit, do an inspection in local.
I have considered that already in my mind, that it might be appropriate, but clearly it'll take a day or so beforehand to manage and plan. Remember, we have 3 accused in custody, so they will have to be transported there. We have counsel, our timing, we have witnesses that you've scheduled. So maybe amongst yourselves, between counsel, you can have that discussion. Advise me so that we can then arrange with all the role players where to go, preferably early in the morning before we start, because once the media, for example, has set up here, you don't want to disrupt that. So it looks like quite an intricate setup with cables and stuff. So that we plan all of that ahead. But it might be of assistance. The parties will know, because I don't really know what evidence is going to come next. So, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, accused 1 and 2, you are in custody. Malmesbury again. Smith, you are in custody at Langebaan Saps. We shall start at 9 o'clock and hopefully we can make some progress. Court adjourned.
also oh, I think it's the copy.
Dis die sewende een. Dis die tel is net gedoen. So dis hoekom ek het vandag so 'n bietjie verloor, hè. Dit gaan oor ons kan nie hier sit en nie 'n afskrif van 'n verklaring nie. Dit is hier wat sê feit. Dis kom ek jou sê, okay.
Gaan hy nou nie meer kom nie?
Ons wonder of ons gaan dalk nou eers gaan na die
Okay.
mense toe en dan dis half en half ons idee in plaas van soos ons dit gehad het oorspronklik.